on Green Development Pact for a Sustainable Future. Uh, green development that is ecologically sustainable and resilient to mitigate and adapt to climate change is now a global imperative. And pathways towards these are a subject of debate and lead us to the policy arena since the pathways sought and the pace of green transition are a function of how much finance is available, how fairly equitably it is allocated, and the climate-friendly technologies, how widely and cheaply they are made available, especially to the global south and the emerging markets for whom the opportunity costs of green growth are way higher as they grapple with vagaries and impact of extreme climate events on the one hand and the aspirations of their people and the imperative of growth on the other. Then there are issues of policy design and the cycles of implementation which are predicated upon the state capacity, the societal buy-in and the behavioral dimension. These are micro issues, but on a more salient and macro level, given the global scale and universalization of the issue, is having a macro level agreement among the leading nations on the issue of climate change and green growth. A rather intractable ask, but the concord was nonetheless achieved in the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration that adopted the Green Development Pact for a sustainable future, a no mean achievement. And we are indeed fortunate that the architect of this pact can quite literally the guide and heavy lifter, i.e. the Sherpa for India is present amongst us to share his thoughts and his vision. Today's workshop, ladies and gentlemen, is essentially an effort to flesh out and articulate the key elements of the New Delhi Declaration to disseminate it among stakeholders. And the deliberations today of today's workshop will be compiled and collated as an outcome document to make it all very granular and actionable. While the area of green transition and growth is widespread and has many interdisciplinary and interagency facets, this workshop focuses on three broad areas of the New Delhi Declaration. Number one is implementing sustainable, clean, affordable, inclusive energy transition without jeopardizing energy security and the growth imperative. The second theme, the second session centers around pathways towards sustainable production and consumption patterns of growth and lifestyles that seeks to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation and addressing a very clear and present danger of plastic pollution. The post-lunch session is on climate change, adaptation strategies, disaster risk reduction and enhancing capabilities in protecting life and livelihood, especially of communities most vulnerable to extreme weather events and disasters, focusing on developing climate resilient infrastructure, early warning systems, and relevant institutional architecture for adaptation. This theme is particularly relevant in our regional context. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that today's workshop will yield actionable outcomes and offer a roadmap towards green development and sustainable future. Once again, on behalf of NITI and CW, I extend a very warm welcome. I would now request Dr. Ritu Mathur to please introduce our first speaker for the plenary session, Shri Pankaj Agarwal, Secretary, Power, Government of India. Ritu, over to you.
Thank you, sir. And as we begin the session, I would invite Shri Pankaj Agarwal, Secretary, Ministry of Power, to first give us his address. Mr. Pankaj Agarwal is Secretary, Ministry of Power. Before this, he was the Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Defence to the Government of India, and he has held various important portfolios in the Government of Madhya Pradesh. Amongst these, he was also the Principal Secretary, Public Health, Water Resources, Narmada Valley Development and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So over to you, sir, for your address.
Respected. Respected Dr. Ramesh Chand, respected Amitabh Kanji, Dr. Kirit Parikh, the members from the think tanks, ladies and gentlemen. The New Delhi Leaders Declaration has actually laid down in terms of energy transition, if I say, very clear enable agenda. We have been given the targets towards renewable energy capacity addition, grid expansion and integration, energy efficiency measures, and supply chain security. And the underlying guiding principle is energy security, access, and affordability. And we are quite sure that this mandate is also going to be translated in terms of a global action agenda by the COP28. I would like to underline the steps which have been taken by Ministry of Power, Ministry of Renewable Energy, and the other agencies of the Government of India. We have already stepped up our actions. This year, we are on our way to bid out 50 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity in the country. And this capacity will comprise of vanilla solar, vanilla wind, solar wind hybrids, renewable energy RTC with pumped storage or the battery energy storage. The country already has 5.8 gigawatt of solar cell manufacturing capacity and 19 gigawatt of solar module manufacturing capacity. And we are rapidly expanding this capacity. And this expansion is also coming up with backward integration through the PLI schemes launched by the Government of India and actively supported by the industry partners. The idea is to ensure the supply chain security while we rapidly expand our renewable energy capacities. We have also notified the renewable purchase obligations under the Energy Conservation Act. And therein we have provided hard obligations for the distributed renewable energy where our progress has not been as per our own ambition. Till date, we have about 11 gigawatt of distributed renewable energy capacity in the country, while we aspire to establish about 40 gigawatt of such capacity. The industry is also working on reducing its carbon footprints. Individual industries are taking steps. And as Ministry of Power, in collaboration with the states and the regulators, we have already liberalized the captive power regime, and the open access regime has also been liberalized. We are also on our way. The draft rules are already there. We have already notified the draft rules. And we are on our way to notify the final rules, wherein we will reduce the various charges and surcharges levied on the open access. We have already introduced the mandate-based National Carbon Trading Scheme. The Pact scheme, the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme, is now being reconfigured in phases towards energy efficiency, from energy efficiency to emission efficiency. We are also in the process of notifying rules which will establish the voluntary carbon offset mechanism. We are engaged with several countries, namely Germany, Singapore, Japan, under the Article 6.2 for sharing of offsets. And the idea is to promote introduction of new technologies, make them cost effective, particularly aimed at 13 such technologies: green hydrogen, offshore wind, battery energy storage, and many others. We have also introduced the star labeling program for the solar modules. Last week, the demand aggregation for the induction cooker stoves and energy efficient fans has also been launched through the Energy Efficiency Services Limited. In terms of development of grid, we are regularly sanctioning the new lines. The most important aspect here is that the country has already adopted the principle of transmission ahead of generation. The country has, from 1st of October, moved to general network access, where we have removed the mapping between individual generator and the procurer. We could do this because we now have a robust, synchronous electricity grid in the country, which is the largest in the world. Today, we can transfer 112,000 megawatt of power from one corner of the country to another corner of the country. And this is what is the basic building block we have created in this country to promote the integration of renewable energy at pace and also to move towards the market-based economic dispatch. We are also taking forward our discussions with Saudi Arabia and Sri Lanka for the grid interconnection. The discussions with Andaman, in terms of Andaman and further connectivity to Singapore, are also moving forward. We are also keeping the customer at large at the center of our actions. The distribution system strengthening is in process and being supported by the Government of India under RDSS program, which is our flagship scheme. We have already sanctioned works worth 121,000 crores. And I'm happy to note that the distribution companies in the country have already awarded contracts for 81,000 crores. We are also working on the foundation for the smart grids. And not just at the national level, the interstate grids, but also at the intra-state and distribution grids. The smart meter is one such element of smart grid that will be the basic foundation block. We have already sanctioned smart meters both for the consumers and also for the DTs and the feeders. In terms of numbers, if I can say, it is more than 20 crores. And I'm happy to note that the distribution companies have awarded contracts for more than 7 crore meters. I would also like to underline that this year we have witnessed unprecedented increase in our electricity demand. It has been contributed both by the fast-growing economy of our country and also due to weather events. August has been the warmest August in 122 years. In August, we supplied 17.7% more electricity than what we had supplied in August 22. In September, we supplied 9.3% more electricity than what we had supplied in September 22. In October, we supplied 21% more electricity than what we had supplied in October of 2022. This year, we have also witnessed the extreme weather events, the cloudbursts, both in Sikkim and Himachal and Uttarakhand. We are also working on the early warning systems, sensors, and also reviewing the design of our hydroelectric projects. I would also like to underline one important element of the whole deliberation on energy transition. We need not focus on phasing out or phasing down of fossil fuels or any particular fossil fuel in isolation. These decisions are to be taken by the individual countries based on their resource base, their own energy security requirements. As a country and as Ministry of Power, we are fully conscious of the fact that we have to reduce our emission footprint of electricity. Within our own government system, we are supporting research towards carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And we will continue to fund and we will step up our funding for acquisition of such technologies and also development of such technologies in the country. I hope that this workshop will give us further guidance on, and in terms of actionable agenda, in terms of setting up our priorities. And I wish this workshop, which has the benefit of participation of many think tanks, many leaders and thinkers, and I wish them all success. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And may I now invite Shri Amitabh Kant for his special address. Although he needs no introduction, nonetheless, Shri Amitabh Kant is currently India's G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog. He has been a governance reformer and a public policy change agent for India, having driven key reforms and initiatives during his tenure as CEO of Niti Aayog. And he has been a key driver of flagship national initiatives such as Startup India, Make in India, and there are several others which I will not go on to name, but all his actions have been really transformational. So we are really looking forward to hearing you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Kant.
So, Professor Ramesh Chand, Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, all the distinguished experts, all the think tank intellectuals who are present here today. Actually, in India's G20 presidency, there was a huge challenge on two areas. One was a challenge on, I would say, climate and energy. Bringing a consensus on climate and energy was the biggest challenge. And secondly was bringing consensus on the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And I would say that bringing consensus on Russia-Ukraine crisis was far easier than bringing consensus to climate, far easier than bringing consensus on climate and energy issues. And Pankaj had actually just joined. He joined as Secretary Power when we'd already been through a substantial part of energy negotiations, and there were, I think he joined towards the end. So he was aware of the challenges, and I was constantly discussing with him because eventually the task before a Sherpa is to ensure that we are able to arrive at a consensus. That is the key challenge. If you are not able to achieve a consensus, that means your G20 has been a failure. So the consensus, multilateralism works on consensus.
Yes.
And multilateralism has taken a retreat. In previous years, multilateralism has advanced, and India has demonstrated that it can be the biggest champion of multilateralism by ensuring that in all the 83 paras it could arrive at a consensus and push advancement, make G20 inclusive, very decisive, very ambitious, very action oriented, and yet bring consensus across the table on all 83 issues. We've been the most ambitious presidency because if you look at the total outcomes, which are 87, and total number of documents on which agreement has been arrived at, about 116, we cross over about 206, which demonstrates the huge power of India's ability to work with G7, emerging markets, Russia, China, all of them together. But let me focus on today's subject, and it was very important that we were able to actually, while there were challenges, that we were able to achieve consensus and send a strong signal to policymakers and to international markets. Because what G20 does sends out a signal to the international markets. And therefore, we were saying that the world needs to become green, and there has to be a green development pact of the leaders. And when G20 leaders, all international organizations, everybody accepts that there is a green development pact of the leaders, means we are sending out a message to the world that the world needs to move towards green development. And therefore, I think to my mind, the key was securing G20 countries' commitment to the tripling of global scaling of renewable energy capacity by 2030. That was a key challenge. There were very many challenges because several countries, and I don't want to name them, several emerging markets also opposed this. But we were able to build consensus around this. So how do we ensure our target of tripling of global renewable energy capacity by 2030? We've done our maths, we've done our calculation. It is doable for India. Secondly, rapidly and sustainably scaling up investment and climate finance from billions to trillions of dollars, which is absolutely necessary for emerging markets. And also we paved the way for climate vulnerable African Union to join G20 as a permanent member. And that was important because Africa will have to play a very key and critical role in the coming years. So getting G20 countries to agree on tripling of global renewable energy capacity in next 7 years, this means, while it was not easy, it was necessary. And as of now, if you look at it, close to 3,400 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity has been installed worldwide. The International Energy Agency has estimated that tripling of renewable energy will result in avoiding carbon dioxide emissions of 7 billion tons between now and 2030. And this will play a very critical role in keeping 1.5 degree goal within reach. This will also set the path. Actually, what India has done in its G20 has actually set the path for many other global meets. For instance, what the action plan for SDG that we prepared was the key point of discussion in the UN development meeting last month in America. Everybody said that India's set the development agenda. And what we've done in the Green Development Pact will really set the agenda for COP28. So India's spoken out through the G20, and that will set the agenda for COP28 to my mind. And therefore in UAE, it is necessary to put focus on several things, and most notable amongst these will be the global stock take, which will inform countries on what is needed to keep Paris Agreement temperature goal alive. Now, G20 leaders have also recognized that to meet climate goals of the Paris Agreement, ambition on finance need to be revisited. This has been captured very, very eloquently in the phrase rapid and substantially scale up investment in climate finance from billions to trillions of dollars. And it gives a clarion call to governments, pension funds, investors, markets, that on climate finance we need to raise our ambition by at least a factor of 10. Any confusion on the scale of ramping up required is actually, we have laid it to rest by acknowledgement of the finding that $4 trillion per year is needed going forward for promoting clean energy technologies, and recognition of developing countries' need of $5.8 to 5.9 trillion to implement their nationally determined contribution. And therefore, in COP, we must press for this. The Green Development Pact also emphasizes that it gives prominence to pursue an environmentally sustainable and inclusive economic growth and development. Besides supply side intervention, it highlights very importantly on taking sustainable consumption patterns through a number of interventions, and chief amongst them is the lifestyle for sustainable development, life through G20 high-level principles which have been worked out. And as per the IEA estimates, such lifestyle changes can deliver 1/5 of the emissions reduction needed by 2030 to put the world on pathway towards net zero emissions. Now we've also emphasized the critical role of circular economy, and this is very important to decouple economic growth from environmental degradation has been identified in the leaders' declaration. An important step taken, and this is important because the critical role of circular economy, to my mind, is very important. Extended producers' responsibility and resource efficiency in achieving the SDGs have been emphasized in the leaders' declaration. Niti Aayog has worked extensively with stakeholders across ministries by identifying 11 thematic areas and laying out the roadmaps for implementing a circular economy approach in India. This needs to be delivered. In fact, we need to take it beyond 11 now to many more sectors and take it forward to implementation and ensuring that there is extended producers' responsibility in many of these areas. We've also expressed our determination to end plastic pollution, committed to conserving, protecting, restoring, and sustainable use of marine and ocean systems. All these avenues will get covered today in greater depth. I would also add that in addition, the declaration has emphasized adding biodiversity loss, desertification, drought, land degradation, pollution, food insecurity, and water scarcity by at least 30% of all degraded ecosystems by 2030. We've also talked about disaster risk and many other areas as a part of the Green Development Pact. Reducing disaster risk and building resilient infrastructure are two sides of the same coin, and that's why we advocated for promoting a disaster resilient infrastructure and also introduced a new working group. But to my mind, the real challenge as I see it, taking it forward, is for India is how do we become a renewable energy champion in the world. Now, that means that we should be able to bring size and scale of what we do. We should be able to put out many more bids. To my mind, in the last few years, we've lagged behind in putting out bids in the market. We should accelerate the pace of this. Go even 50, to my mind, 50 gigawatts is less. We should accelerate the pace and look beyond to about 75 gigawatt per year in the coming years to be able to achieve what Prime Minister had said as a target of 500 gigawatt. We should also see how we are able to push for manufacturing. Pankaj just talked about some of these areas where we need to see how, because global supply chains will again get disrupted, how do we get them reduced. But one thing must be very clear, that even if we are able to do 100% of our electricity as renewable, that's only 20% of our energy. The balance 80% is what we consume through import of fossil fuel. India is an importer of $200 billion worth of fossil fuels, where we use energy in refinery, in steel, in cement, in fertilizer, in long distance transport, all this. And to my mind, it's very important to really decarbonize all these hard-to-abate sectors. And these hard-to-abate sectors can only get decarbonized with green hydrogen. There is the opportunity for India really is to become the champion of green hydrogen. Climatic conditions, India is blessed. There's no other country other than Saudi Arabia which has the similar climatic condition as India has. And to become a champion in green hydrogen, we need to really bring in huge amount of, we need to accelerate the pace of implementation of green hydrogen mission. We need to ensure that we are able to push refineries which consume about almost 12% of the grey hydrogen consumption in the world is consumed through our refineries in India, which should be mandated to go green. And we should push, otherwise we will not be able to export steel to Europe beyond 2026. And therefore, how do we push for steel, cement, fertilizer, all this to go green in the coming years? And how do we become the cheapest cost producer of green hydrogen and its liquid form, and in its liquid form ammonia by 2030, so that the world is going to move from fossil fuel to clean energy. There's no doubt about that. let me make this point very clear that in the coming years, the world will be moving from whatever may be the setbacks of the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the world will move towards from fossil fuel to clean energy. And that is the real big opportunity for India. And as the Prime Minister in his Independence Day address said that by 2047, how does India become an exporter of energy? From an importer of energy of $200 billion, how do we become an exporter of energy? That is the challenge before India. And that would really require us to become a champion of green hydrogen. That would require us to become the cheapest cost producer of green hydrogen. And India is rightly blessed to be the climatically, we are blessed to do that if we are able to get the size and scale and push the implementation of the green hydrogen mission. We will be exporting clean energy to the rest of the world in due course. And that, to my mind, is the real challenge. And second is that in COP28, if we want to push for acceleration of that, of net zero by 2050, we must press for the developed world to advance their net zero target from 2050 to 2040. Without that, the world will not be able to achieve net zero by 2050. They have taken 70 to 80 years from their peaking to their net zero. We are taking from 2040 to 2070 or from 2045 peaking to, we have not announced our peaking year, but from 2045 to 2070, 25 to 30 years we are taking as compared to 70 to 80 years for the developed world. But the net zero for the world cannot be achieved without the developed world advancing their net zero to 2040, and that must be pushed strongly by all emerging markets together in COP28. We could succeed in G20 because we worked with Brazil, with Indonesia, with South Africa all together on issues of climate, on issue of energy, on issues of development, on issues of bringing AU as a member, and on issues of Russia-Ukraine crisis. And in COP28 also we should work together to get these few things done. Secondly, I really feel that the definition of green hydrogen should be clearly defined, which has not yet been done. Green hydrogen must be clearly worked. The definition must work to our advantage, which is still a work in progress. These are the few things I wanted to make very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. That has left us with a lot to deliberate on through the day to look at how to go ahead to move the pace and scale of what we want to change. So next I would like to invite Professor Ramesh Chand, member NITI Aayog, for his thematic address. Professor.
That's okay. Good morning to all. Amitabh ji, Sherpa for G20, Secretary Mr. Pankaj Agarwal, Professor Parekh, Ghosh Saab, our co-organizer for this event, NITI staff and distinguished experts invited for today's workshops. I would like to begin by sharing something which is not directly related to theme of this conference. I was involved with agriculture agenda of G20 since very long. In fact, first time I participated in meetings and meeting of Agriculture Minister Sharad Pawar ji. I went with him. That was French presidency. After that, I attended Mexican presidency, Russian presidency, and of late Japan presidency. And I have been tracking agriculture issues. But I found was that 90% issues in my sector, which I was tracking, continue to be same, which were there during French presidency. And reason being that when you are not taking action on the issue will figure again and again. I find the big difference with the Indian presidency that we moved from debate to action.
Yes, sir.
That is a big change. The credit for which goes to first the political leadership, our Prime Minister, then the team under Sherpa Amitabh ji, that whatever is discussed there, it was not only for organizing events, there is a seriousness in implementation of whatever consensus has been reached. And this workshop and 9 other workshops which we are organizing are part of it. In the true Gandhian spirit, that you be the change you want to see in the world. So in that spirit, this mandate is given to us that if India want globe and other countries to do certain things, we should show to them that we have started it in our own country. And this is how we are doing. Maybe other country will get inspired. They will have something to learn. So really, Amitabh ji, we have worked together for 8 years. It has been his nature. Number one, to be very positive. Number two, to be very optimistic. And also, if I may say without offense to him, always think big and be ambitious. So he set the agenda for G20 also in that spirit, that the transition to clean energy and all those things, they look formidable challenges. But they are not insurmountable if we have will to address those. So green development pact, I just find that it centers around nature and environment. Since I come from academic background, I first look at what is meaning of this concept and term. So what I found is that green development is centered around environment and nature, and nature represented by natural resources, biodiversity, and biosystem. And accordingly, the organizer have divided the agenda for discussion today in two technical sessions. First session generally, because we all know that the biggest challenge is environment challenge, and that is the challenge of climate change. And there is a commitment that to keep restrict rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius, at least below 2 degrees Celsius by 2050. Then that require action in emission, and biggest source is use of hydrocarbon as a source of energy. So to focus on that how we can gradually reduce use of hydrocarbon energy, how we can find alternative to those, and we sincerely solicit your guidance and your input to draw some sort of roadmap that how we move from hydrocarbon energy to clean energy. Yes, there can be clean energy, but if it is very costly, if it is not affordable, then also you know that transition will not happen. So along with clean energy, we also require affordable energy. That is the second dimension of this. I find that there was a lot of hope around hydropower as a source of power, but during last 4 or 5 years, the way disasters have occurred in the Himalayan regions, um, first in Uttarakhand, then in Sikkim, then in Himachal Pradesh, I think we have to really need to plan our strategy to tap hydropower in a slightly different way in the wake of climate change. So you see how climate change, that it is even making it difficult, the solution to happen. So it is not only problem, it is making it difficult even for solution to happen. Second is that in India, if you look at study in agriculture, in industry, in most of the sectors, you find rampant inefficiency. So I think that is second aspect, that if we use any resource 20% more efficiently, so then you are really saving 20% of use of that resource. So we need to give emphasis on efficiency. There are so many examples, but no time to give those examples. But I feel that this efficiency emphasis. The third is that most of the global debate, and we have followed in India global debate, is on arranging finances. Last month we organized Kautilya Economic Conclave. We were talking how to raise 1 trillion to 2 trillion and 2 trillion to something else. Though I know raising trillion from 1 to 2 is so difficult. So in my concluding remarks, I made one comment that since I worked in my professional career among technologists, I found that most of the basic solution came from innovation and technology. Economist and policymaker only harness the potential of that technology. So that I see role of economists, though we try to take more credit for solution of the problem as if we are creating the solution. I believe that solution is created through technology and through innovation. So we need to discuss that aspect also, that how we undertake R&D, innovation, and emphasis on technologies in all area to achieve efficiency and also to develop alternative. I also feel that community awareness and participation is very, very important in climate change, how environment is affected by our activities, especially in those cases where emissions are invisible. Like in agriculture, emissions are invisible. 24 hour a paddy field is emitting greenhouse gases, but it is not visible. Emission coming from factory are visible, but not from fields. If many a times I visit farmer and I talk to them, they will tell that since the temperature in March has bent up, because of that my beet yield has gone down. Because of that, even my cow yield go down. If you ask him, do you know that your cow is belching, and because of that belching and entering fermentation, there is a contribution to greenhouse gases. They express ignorance that they don't know. They feel agriculture is a green production, whereas contribution of agriculture globally is 6 times in greenhouse gases compared to what it is share in the global production or GDP. So in India it is proportionate. I mean that these sectors which are making such big contribution, but still community is not aware, we need to do something to create awareness. And another aspect, couple of things related to agriculture that now this Brazil is thinking that they will propose some strategy to even bring agriculture also under net zero. I attended a conference of a global thought leader in this area, that how we can make climate change commitment even for agriculture sectors. Agriculture also offers some alternative. We know that biofuel, through careful trade-off between food security and production of biofuel, there is possibility that if we have the yield level of China or yield level of USA, then nearly 2/3 of our production will be surplus. That is the kind of difference in productivity. So then use material available for alternative sources of energy. Another area these days, this pollution which we are witnessing outside, that agriculture, this crop residue burning. Solutions exist there, but I find that they are at a very low level. Like paddy straw, it can be used to produce compressed biogas, it can be used for ethanol, but it is happening at a very low scale. So we have estimates say 500 to 600 million of crop residue, which now is a sort of waste and creating a problem. We should find ways and means to use that for this renewable energy kind of situation also. Another brief point, role of afforestation and tree plantation. Again, I saw a paper in Nature which put exact number on this, that in the world we have nearly 4 trillion trees, and if we have 1.2 trillion more trees in forests, it will absorb the total carbon emission of last 10 years. So that is the potential kind of things. And in India, we have large track of culturable waste, we have large track of fallow land. So I think we should also explore that through afforestation, through tree plantation, how we can use them as a source of carbon sink. A lot of scope for carbon sink there. So this is something for transition toward clean, sustainable, just, affordable energy. A brief comment should also involve waste to wealth and circular economy. Briefly about restoring, conserving and sustaining ecosystems. I will not make my opening remarks in the session, so I will be covering it here itself. This need for this arose because bird followed economic activity and development activities by completely closing its eyes on what effect it has on environment, what effect it has on nature, nature sources, water, air, biodiversity, ecosystem, how they are affected. But now it is being realized that we can't continue with the same pace. How much clean environment, good air, all those things are important. We have to think of their sustainable use and emphasis on life cycle approach. That I think is right because all this problem to biodiversity, to natural sources are caused by our consumption pattern, our lifestyle. So lifestyle caused these things and now we have to ask that lifestyle to change to find solution also to these things. So looking at this in this sense and addressing what Amitabh ji mentioned, plastic pollution, PV waste, e-waste and those kind of things. So with this, I will just stop and I would like to welcome all of you and I look forward to a bright idea from your side so that we can prepare the appropriate roadmap for this country to take forward Green Development Pact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And I think we also heard the need for painting the very holistic kind of picture and looking beyond just the energy sector to bring in all kinds of assessment from the other sectors, as well as looking at solutions which are cross-cutting. And I think that's what we need to really deliberate on through the next sessions. We will not break for tea, but we will move on to the session 1 straight away. Professor Ramesh Chand will be chairing the session. And may I also call on the panelists for this session to immediately join us. Dr. Kirit Parekh, Mr. Madhav Pai, Mr. Chandrabhushan, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, and Ms. Vaishali Nigam Sinha.
So thank you. Even after sacrificing our tea, we are late by 15 minutes. So I think we need to follow some discipline in terms of time. For this session, we have nearly 1 hour with me, and I have a list of 5 eminent experts who have done a lot of work in this area. The computer has already mentioned their names. So with the total 1 hour available with us, I will request each of the panelists to make their presentation, share their views with us in about 8 to 9 minutes time. So first person in the list is Professor Kirit Parekh. All of you know him that currently he is chairman of IRADE. Before that he was ex-member of Planning Commission. He has left his mark on many issues like this. Last month when I was in FAO, we were discussing this climate change in this agriculture. There was a person from Biana, professors of international assessment, system assessment and applied systems. So he was fondly remembering you. So we really feel proud that people remember you in international organization also for your work.
Thank you, Professor Rameshan. I think Sherpa has left. I wanted to ask him a question. As a Sherpa, you have climbed the Everest of consensus for climate change. What is the consensus you attained in the lower peak of Ukraine, Russia consensus? But of course, he has left. I hope this. I think the issue is very straightforward here, that you have to put in renewables in a variety of ways, whether it is a distributed one or whatever it is, and you have to not necessarily phase down coal, but make coal clean. So you have to go to from phase down from dirty coal downwards, and that's the issue. All this requires climate finance. And the critical issue to me is that you have climate finance. In between, there were some issues were raised about how are you going to make our power sector work and so on. I think Secretary Power suggested that you are going to have smart meters. Now, smart meters is a very good idea, but who will pay for it? Today, even in Delhi, the BACS wants to move my electricity meter from inside the house on the outside wall so that it's easier for them to read that. But then they want me to bear all the expenses. And that I don't see why I should bear that expenses to ease their convenience. Not only that, they don't provide me the technology and say that we will do it and just give us this money. Instead, they say you organize everything. And I think this is really the kind of issue that Secretary Power, I hope, if you're here, he should have attended to. Mr. Kant talked about climate finance. Now, yes, it should be raised, but how are you going to raise it? I have a suggestion, and we have made this suggestion some time ago. And I think what we have to recognize is that global warming takes place not by our annual emissions, but by the stock of emissions in the global environment climate space. And as a simple economic idea is that whatever is the problem, you tax that. So we should put a small tax, and we can call it a parking fee for parking of CO2 or greenhouse gases in the global environmental space of $1 per ton of CO2 that every country has paid their cumulative emissions from 1990 onwards. 1990 is such that because in the Rio conference preparation started in 1990, and no country can claim that they did not know that climate change is an issue. So I think, and if you do that, it will collect something like $740 billion a year. You might say that we will return 80% of this to the country itself, provided it spends that money on mitigation, so that you are still left with the amount of money that you need for various things. Now you can multiply it by giving it to multilateral financial institutions to say you use, every year you get $100 billion or more, and you use that to finance loans, interest rate at a cheaper interest rate. So instead of 6% or 8%, you say you will give interest a loan at 2%. And that will go multiply that $100 billion to 500 or 600 or even $1 trillion, depending on how much subsidy you give. And I think that would be certainly is a possible solution for raising. But of course, getting a consensus on this may be difficult, but I think our Sherpa can do it. He can get consensus on anything. I think the other issue that I want to bring out is that, it's a 1.5 degree goal. If you want to have a 1.5 degree goal, India can live within it, provided you say what is it that India has, what is the budget India has. that budget is how much emissions can we make cumulatively from today till 2050, let us say, and that share of the global environmental space should be equitably allocated. If it is equitably allocated, then India can live within that. There is no doubt about it. But otherwise, it will be very difficult for India or for any other country to lead one for. Because there are all these wonderful ideas and targets were described by the Secretary and others. The real issue is how much it's going to cost, where is the finance coming from, and who is going to pay for it? Are the consumers going to pay for it? Is the country going to pay for it? But whether it is consumers or the government, it's money coming from the same source. And that will reduce our growth rate and our whole idea of getting an inclusive growth and bringing the... oh, you can't hear it. Sorry. You have to think about how do you raise resources that will make it possible for you to have sustainable, inclusive growth. And I think that is, very critical. We can talk about various technological solutions, but all the solutions require additional investment, and we need to worry about it. For example, 1 megawatt of coal-based power plant, if you want to replace, you need to invest in 4 megawatts of solar power plants. Whether you, and if you say I will have it not solar, but I will have also have a battery storage available, then you have to also consider how much additional solar collectors you would need and what's the additional cost of the battery, and you will find that the substantially additional investment is required to replace 1 megawatt of coal-based thermal capacity by renewables. So I think instead of just building castles in the air, let us build some clear and simple but workable and economically acceptable solutions for climate change. Thank you.
Professor Parekh, for really very pragmatic suggestions, and especially drawing attention toward huge finance that is needed for this transition. The second panelist is Mr. Madhav Pai. Mr. Madhav Pai is there.
I will speak online, sir.
Okay. No problem. Mr. Madhav Pai is with the World Resource Institute, and he is expert in the area of transport planning, climate change, and related area. So, Madhavji, your turn.
Thank you very much for this invitation from NITI Aayog and CEW to speak at this webinar. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I've hurt my back playing some sport and I'm unable to come in person. Since it is really amazing that India was able to really achieve this pivotal declaration and develop this consensus around this idea of Green Development Pact for Sustainable Future. And what I will do is, to a large extent, focus a lot of my points on the issues of implementation and the challenges at the subnational and the city level, where a lot of work that me and my team does is focused. Just quickly showing this, again, why the Green Development Pact framing really works, both in the international context, but also in our local national context, becomes very evident as we quickly see, these charts of these 6 different states. We are working in these states where renewable energy is in green, coal is in grey. But you can see that pretty much every single state has to follow a very different path to get to net zero by 2070. Tamil Nadu is focused on offshore wind and figuring out agricultural subsidies and how to overcome them. Kerala is trying to innovate on floating solar because they don't have land. Rajasthan is doing battery storage, which is only 4 hours, whereas someone like Jharkhand is now dealing with a problem of what does it do with its workers that are transporting basically coal from the mines So I think every state will have to deal with these problems, and as we move from this conversation of installed capacity to that of actually utilized capacity, and that's where also we feel that some of these conversations around integrated resource planning, thermal capacity management, how does one run a coal plant at 60% capacity, financial, what happens to the sort of fuel cess revenues that states get, how does that get done? So I think it's important for us to very actively have these conversations and move the conversation beyond just installed capacity to capacity utilization and create these conversations, because everybody innovates on a different path, and I think we can learn a lot from each other. I think just when you talk about different sectors, I think on industry, I think this is the 50%, half of India's emissions could come from industry, right? So this is a huge opportunity. This is based on India ETS, a free open source web-based sort of tool that we have developed. It is linked to the NITI Aayog ICMF website. And you can do a lot of what if scenarios. So again, this is just one of them. But I think clearly industry provides a huge opportunity. Especially, I think the steel, cement, and chemical sector. Again, this is where chemical becomes huge opportunity. The hydrogen mission that has been sort of announced becomes really the vehicle to drive some of this. And really operationalize things, how do we get to scale very, very quickly is extremely important for us to develop. Again, you can play with some of these scenarios. The other important place I think is actually, and I talk about transport, urban development, again, places where I can bring some unique perspectives. Fully, electrification is a big opportunity about, in the transport sector, but also freight. Freight is extremely important. Globally, again, there has been not that much work on freight. I think this is where I think the partnership now we have with under NITI Aayog's leadership and this e-fast platform that has been created, where already companies have announced, and we have a collective goal of 7,700 trucks by 2030, electric trucks that India will do. I think this is where also these conversations where the cement industry is now thinking about an electrified corridor in Rajasthan, or individual companies like Hindustan Unilever that have net zero targets, are now thinking about how they can practically over the next 3 to 4 years electrify trucks. I think in this context also, innovation is necessary, and this Center of Excellence initiative that has been set up at IIT Chennai, I think under with BST and others. I think it's a great initiative. I think we need these kind of more innovative sort of initiatives that need to be set up. As you can see also, this is as you can see also that the other thing is this e-bus electrification that we are going to drive in India. I think now with the National Electric Bus Challenge and the PM e-bus Seva scheme, we will get to 50,000 e-buses by 2030 in the public sector. Hopefully another 250,000 e-buses come in the private sector, we'll have about 300,000 e-buses. Just these 50,000 e-buses is 50,000 crores. This is one of the largest infusion of capital in public transport that has happened in my memory. We have to make sure that, this is where the green development idea becomes much more strong, and we have to make sure that this investment in decarbonization also drives the digitalization agenda in public transport, also drives the agenda of sort of optimizing and increasing efficiency of public transport, so that while we decarbonize, we also make public transport much more accessible, much more affordable, much more just. So I think how do we not lose this opportunity becomes very, and given digitalization hasn't happened, is this a DPI opportunity? Can we think about creating a mobility stack? I think becomes important. One other idea, India has actually now almost 3 million e-rickshaws. And again, because this also talks a little bit about justice, India has about 3 million e-rickshaws. Most of them are 95% are lead acid batteries. That's each lead acid battery needs a replacement every 6-8 months. So you're talking about 5 million e-rickshaw battery market. Can we create a center of excellence on batteries for e-rickshaws, right? Where we think about innovating new products that are relevant to our dust conditions, to our heat conditions. That, and I think there is clearly the market is there. How can we drive this innovation, and how can we sort of think about it systematically? One of the last points, we've done the ATS model. I think a lot of times this very emissions-based modeling approaches don't necessarily fully capture the opportunities, innovative urban planning with model shift that is possible. Some years ago we did some very simple analysis of Ahmedabad, right? So Ahmedabad, say, was 5 million people, and for simplicity of arithmetic, was 5 million people, say, in 2001, and will become 15 million people in 2041. I mean, this number, that's quite possible. Ahmedabad, based on the decisions we make on how this city grows, we have the choice that Ahmedabad becomes 6,000 square kilometers or 3,000 square kilometers. I mean, we all know a 3,000 square kilometer Ahmedabad is more just, more affordable, more accessible for everybody. And so how do we make those investments in public transport? How do we drive this agenda of transit-oriented development? India is going to invest 6 lakh crores on metros, right? How do we leverage this large investment to make sure we are driving compact cities, more transit-oriented cities? So not only does it, also, the scenario of 3,000 square kilometers is an order of magnitude lower than that of 6,000 kilometers. So it's a huge decarbonization of the city, but also a big opportunity to create more equitable, more compact cities. And you can see it also sort of delivers on things like traffic fatalities, right? So 3,000 square kilometer Ahmedabad also will have 1/5 the traffic fatalities that a larger city will have. So I think this is, where the idea of just transition also and green development also start to sort of come together. Last couple of points, this is just a point I want to make. As we are investing in these metros, this shows you the employment density along some of these metro corridors. This is Bangalore. If you see these numbers are 7,000, 5,000, 10,000. In cities where, like New York, where, like Hong Kong, where, or even Mumbai, where actually this transit-oriented development works, you have 100,000 jobs per square kilometer. New York, Midtown, Manhattan has 250,000 jobs per square kilometer. So how do we drive this agenda of bringing jobs closer to metro? Actually has substantial energy opportunities, decarbonization opportunities that we have to think about. Last, it's more on the building and construction sector. Again, just to quickly show you these two graphics, more and more we are quickly seeing this is the Mumbai metro line one, and once all of that concrete that was poured, a lot of new buildings came along this metro, the roads were widened from 3 lanes to 4 lanes. What we saw is a 5 or 6 degree increase in land surface temperature. And so I think the heat island effect is coming to 6 degrees almost, mostly when, especially on land surface temperature. The building construction sector is a huge opportunity. How do we go beyond, just lighting and efficiency to look at embodied carbon and treat it as an innovation opportunity? 70% of the buildings are yet to be built. Secretary Minister of Power talked about the increased cooling requirement. So this is a huge innovation opportunity. Here, one idea that I want to bring and also becomes very relevant in this growth hubs program that NITI Aayog is now sort of talking about. In 2005, New York created this thing called Cornell Tech. They gave a 50-acre campus to build a university that would, create 30,000 high-tech jobs a year. Construction was one of the sectors that was chosen. And the whole idea was every building in New York became a laboratory and also a market to innovate on new technologies, new materials, new equipment. So again, I think both how do we sort of create, Professor Chandra, you spoke about technology, but how do we create this environment for innovative technologies to actually come about and proliferate? How do we create the environment? Also, how do we create some of the institutions that are going to allow us to do the transition into sort of the more integrated renewable plus other energy sources? All of these become very, very critical. So these are some broad ideas. that I wanted to touch about within the green development framing and show how what we do good for decarbonization can also be good for climate, can also be good for nature, and that is the agenda also that I think we want to keep advancing. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much for listening to me. And,
Thank you, Madhuji, for sharing a lot of statistics, beautiful statistics with us, and your evidence-based suggestions. Really, I find them very, very useful. Will you be there till the end of the session? Or?
yes, I will. I am here.
Okay, okay, because I have one question, so I can. Next panelist is Mr. Chandra Bhushan, founder CEO iForest. Chandra, who has sitting next to him.
Thank you, Ramesh Chandji. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Uh, Thank you, Anurabha, and thank you, Niti Aayog, for inviting me here for this important discussion. Uh, okay. Well, the session is about implementing clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition. There are too many words here. And my first intervention would be that if we want to get these many words implemented, we need to define them. So defining what is clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition should be the first step for us to start discussing the implementation. Now, this definition has to be also outcome-based because we are looking at a very short period of time for this transition to take place. Now, at iForest, we have done some work in defining what is just transition. And it is quite clear to us that just transition is far, far more than just installing renewable energy. In fact, we think there are 6 core pillars of this transition, which starts with actually restructuring of the energy sector. And then restructuring of economy in districts which are dependent on fossil fuel. So if we want to implement clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition, then we have to start thinking about restructuring of the economy. Think about Dhanbad as a district. What would that district do when coal goes? Okay, it's not just about putting few renewable energy plants in Dhanbad. Then we are talking about restructuring of the economy of that entire district. So the first pillar of this transition has to be thought through in terms of restructuring. The second has to be repurposing. We are looking at vast fossil fuel infrastructure in the country, land under coal mines, railway shedding and railway lines to transport coal, thermal power plant with vast infrastructure. Now, we need to repurpose them. It is in the interest of those areas where these infrastructure are to get them repurposed and to re-employ people. So the second pillar is going to be repurposing. There's a lot of discussion on skilling and reskilling. That would be the third pillar. How do we build the workforce of the future? That would be the third pillar. Fourth pillar would be revenue substitution. Fossil fuel industry provides 18 to 20% of central government revenue. How do we substitute that revenue? And the fifth pillar is going to be actually doing all these things in a much more responsible fashion than what we have done in the past, whether it is land acquisition, forest diversion, environmental standards. So we have to, I can see these 5 concrete pillars, and the 6th pillar you can add is climate resilience. We have to start working on climate resilience in these areas as well. So first, I think we need to have a national definition, an outcome-based definition of what we mean by clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition. My second intervention would be that while we keep talking about the cost of this energy transition, I think we have to start looking at the opportunity and co-benefit aspect. And within this group, I think for the past 10 years, we have discussed this. Now look at air pollution outside Delhi. There is a huge element of energy transition in this. A transition of cooking and heating fuel, for example, will be very important if we want to reduce air pollution across the country. Transition in automobile fuel will be important. Electric vehicle transition will be important for reducing air pollution. Industrial energy transition will be important. So the core benefit aspect, which we do not cost most of the time, is important to cost. While, putting renewable and batteries is expensive now, over a period of time, it will become cheaper. Right now, of course, it is expensive. But we also have to look at the benefit of this transition and opportunity of this transition. And therefore, I think the whole life cycle cost is important. It will give us better idea on the overall impact on our economy, on our health and environment, than just counting the cost of moving from coal to renewable. Okay, that would give us a very wrong picture. My third intervention would be that this transition will be a state agenda. This inclusive, clean, just transition will vary from state to state. I always give this example of how over the last 10 years, renewable energy has started coming in western and southern part of the country, whereas coal is there in eastern part of the country. Our energy geography is going to change if this trend continues. So this agenda has to be a state agenda because it is the states who will take the lead, who will have to decide how they want to retrain their worker, re-employ, restructure. So I think strengthening state institutions and supporting them will be a very important part of this entire transition. The fourth point would be that we keep talking about most of the time of installing new facility. And I have made that point in your meeting last time, that our entire discussion is how do we install new. But we will have to close existing infrastructure. And it will cost to close those infrastructure. It costs to close a coal mine. It is not easy to close a thermal power plant. We are in a city where closing of Badarpur took 10 years. And there are still cases in the court where the workers have filed a case against the thermal power company. We are seeing that in Angul where an NTPC plant is closed and there is a labor dispute happening. Closing an infrastructure is more difficult than installing a new one. And I think we have to be prepared in this transition to close vast infrastructure. We are not talking about closing a small infrastructure over the next 2 to 3 decades. And the last point, I have that agenda on, the discussion on finance, and I think G20's biggest intervention has been, I believe India's G20's biggest intervention was to open the debate on a just global finance system, where today an African country is 4 times more interest rate on global capital than a European country. And we need to make sure that I don't think $100 billion of developed country is going to be sufficient for all of us. To get $1 trillion, we need to reform the global finance system. I think the beginning has been made in terms of reform of MDBs under India's G20 presidency. We have Brazil and South Africa, the next 2 presidency. I think India can take a lead in terms of pushing this agenda with the other 2 emerging economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandrabhushan ji, for your slightly different perspective and for framing the issues in a different way. So I feel that alternative perspectives are very, very important to deal with this complex issue. Now I invite Dr. Arnav Ghosh, whom you know that he is founder CEO of CEW, and they are doing wonderful work in the area of energy and climate change. So, Arnav.
Thank you, Professor. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, I think it's about those online, the AV system. Anyway, while they are fixing this and my slides are coming up, thank you, Professor Chand, and in their absence, let me also thank Secretary Power and Sherpa for their opening interventions, and thank you for giving us conversation. I want to. Are the slides coming up? Okay, in the interest of time, let me carry on. I want to start with two sort of caveats before I make my intervention. One was what you said, Professor Chand, the importance of technology, and then Dr. Parekh talked about the importance, thanks, talked about the importance of finance. Chandra has also brought that up. And then, of course, what both Secretary Power and Sherpa said, the importance of policy and setting targets. And then there is also the issue around behavior. So I see these as four pillars of the stool: policy, technology, finance, behavior. So ultimately, a comprehensive or holistic solution only emerges when we look at all of this. But the second thing I wanted to quickly highlight, this goes back to this issue of justice. Both Dr. Parekh and Chandra brought this up. Just last week, we released a report at CW, and we estimate that on their current trajectories, the developed countries will have an overshoot of 38% more emissions than what they have promised under their NDCs, which we already know weren't ambitious enough. And that will result in, going back to Dr. Parekh's point about 1.5C, that will result in the developed countries consuming, depending on our probabilities, between 40 to 50% of the remaining carbon space for 1.5C. So I wanted to just put both those on the table, that whatever we do in India, because that is the purpose of this conversation, we are doing it against that backdrop. So in my presentation, I want to focus on, in addition to Chandra's 6 R's, I want to introduce a 7th R, Chandra, and that is reliability. And reliability in the form of energy security. So please excuse me if I'm not addressing the issues of finance, etc., not because they're unimportant. You've already tabled them. I'm going to focus on how does India focus on energy security from the perspective of what the Green Development Pact has delivered and what we can do at home. I'm going to talk about 3 issues. One, on the scaling up of renewables. Second, on the critical minerals that will go into the clean energy technologies. And the third, on the issue of green hydrogen that Mr. Kant also brought up. So how do we secure the fuels for decarbonization? We are having this conversation in 2023, exactly 50 years, almost to the date, after that first global oil crisis in 1973, which triggered a form of energy security cooperation amongst the developed countries. The slides have again disappeared. Now, the slide that will come up will show you that from India's perspective, can we go back? Yes. You see, on the right-hand side are the countries exporting fossil fuels to us. And while we are heavily dependent, there is a degree of diversification in the sources of our imports. Now, if you look on the left-hand side, if you include renewables plus batteries, what we call RE plus, over 90% of that is coming from China, including Hong Kong. So securing the fuels of the future becomes absolutely critical as part of this broader economy-wide transition that we're going through. Now, when we map this across the world, we see that the number of countries that were reliant on what is defined as concentrated supply or concentrated imports has gone up from about 38 in 2012 to 71 for solar PV and 19 in 2012 for lithium-ion batteries to 49 countries. So the same period when we are raising ambition and countries are doing a lot of things, there's more and more dependency on very few countries to deliver those products. We also look at the IPRs. 73% of low carbon technology innovations are now concentrated in just 5 countries. This goes back to what Professor Chand was saying about the importance of innovation and diversification in innovation. Now, it's easy to identify this dependency, much harder to then become resilient. If you look at global cumulative installed capacity, for solar it has to go up from 848 gigawatts to 14,000 gigawatts by 2050. For batteries, from 1,000 gigawatt hours to 40,000 gigawatt hours by 2050. Now, this is not going to happen automatically because it takes 3 to 5 years just to build out, say, 100 gigawatts of solar manufacturing capacity. And that will still serve just 1/5 of our targeted non-fossil capacity. We've been mapping, you might not be able to see this very carefully, but basically what we are trying to map is where does India fit in its domestic manufacturing capabilities when you break down this value chain. It's not just solar or batteries, but within solar, where are the backsheets coming from? Where's the paste coming from? Where's the silicon coming from? Where's the wafer coming from? For batteries, where are the anodes coming from? Where are the cathodes coming from? All those red cells are where we have less than 40% indigenization. So to go from ambition to resilience and reliability, we will need to invest significantly. Now, what does the G20 say? It talks about very clearly the need to enhance energy security through open, competitive, non-discriminatory markets. Now, we know that that is not the case right now. It also talks about facilitating low-cost financing. And it talks about the tripling of renewable energy while creating the technology available for energy access as well. So very quickly then, what can India do to operationalize some of this? So my proposal to the House here is that we could target sourcing of at least 50% of our clean energy technologies and components either domestically or through like-minded partner countries by 2030. That should be the target that we set for ourselves in a realistic framing. And in order to do that, we will need to, I don't want to spend too much time, we've identified 4 priority actions. 1, comprehensive tracking of renewable energy supply chains. 2, increasing the supply of RE technologies. 3, co-development of the technologies so that IPR diversification happens. And 4th, harmonizing renewable energy standards and certification to reduce non-tariff barriers. Let me quickly move on to my second theme, which is on critical minerals. Now, again, we mapped out, if you could click one more time, please, whoever's handling the slides. We mapped out that 15 countries are home to at least 55% of the critical minerals that have been identified for the clean energy transition. And even within that, there's just a handful of countries that make up for more than 70% of the actual mining and the production of these minerals. Again, a significant energy security and reliability challenge. Now, again, it's easy to say, all right, let's start digging up. What matters is it takes between 6 to 20 years to go from identification of reserves to actually developing and deploying the technologies to dig it up from the ground. We had mapped out a few years ago a framework for critical minerals for India, where we looked at supply risk on one hand and the economic importance for our industrial value addition. The top right-hand quadrant is basically high supply risk and high economic importance. And you can see as our clean energy ambitions are increasing, many other minerals are also moving into that top right quadrant. So earlier this summer, India officially released a list of 30 critical minerals. Now, how do we then look at what the G20 is saying and operationalize it at home? G20, this time under India's presidency, had significant paragraphs around critical minerals with a set of voluntary high-level principles on the collaboration of critical minerals for energy transition. Those principles there, I don't want to get into it. Along with the language in the leaders' declaration around, again, reliable, diversified, sustainable, responsible supply chains for this energy transition. So what can India do? Our recommendation there is India should build the capabilities for beneficiation and processing of minerals rather than just the mining. Next, minimum share of domestic produce and minimum share of diversification of imports, again, can be defined by Ministry of Mines. In order to do that, again, we need to institutionalize periodic tracking and assessment of the value chain, diffuse the technologies, and build a common approach towards stockpiling of minerals, just as over the last 50 years we've been looking at stockpiling of oil and gas. Finally, about green hydrogen, which again Sherpa brought up as critical for that 80% of current energy use. India has one of the world's largest targets. If you keep the EU aside, then we have the second largest single country target for green hydrogen production by 2030, 5 million tons, US has 10 million tons. Most of the optimal production of green hydrogen will happen between the tropics. But it is not necessary it will happen there because huge subsidies that are going in the temperate countries for this production. Now, we've also been looking at, therefore, in addition to our targets, where do we stand in the actual deployment? And when we map out projects across the world, we've counted about 740 odd green hydrogen projects, only 7 right now underway in India. It's a huge gap between setting bold ambition and getting it done. Right? Now, meanwhile, there is a lot of opportunity. Mr. Kant also brought it up. Companies across the world are looking at green steel procurement. We've mapped out some companies that are doing that. Similarly, companies across the world looking at green ammonia procurement. How does India participate in this market and become if not a leader, at least a significant player? Currently, we mapped out about 38 bilateral partnerships. They are primarily dominated by the developed countries, Germany, Japan, etc. And there are a lot of different alliances, mini alliances, etc. emerging on green hydrogen. But what is missing, and this was Mr. Kant's last point, the rules are not clear. So even as theoretically we might be an optimal location for production, and in policy terms have a huge target, we might still get cut out from that market if we don't figure out what to do. So to conclude, again, G20 came out with a set of voluntary principles on hydrogen, again a first of its kind. We must commend India's presidency for getting this done. But for India to then benefit from it, our suggestion is that we focus on taking the leadership in developing a rules-based architecture for global green hydrogen, which means interoperability of standards, what we call the operational threat, universally acceptable certification systems. Then on the strategic threat, creating a consensus on norms for intellectual property and building resilient supply chains. And then for industrial competitiveness for us, maintaining open fair trading system and co-development of technologies in addition to de-risking the investments to do this. So I have only drawn attention to a seventh R of reliability, meaning energy security for the fuels of the future, whether it's renewables, minerals, or hydrogen, to make sure our clean future is also a secure energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Goji. You really gave us many valuable inputs, beginning with liability. I like your sequence of priority actions. I feel that this challenge is so huge that prioritization is very, very important. Without prioritization, if we start on multiple fronts, we may not be able to achieve even one goal. And also, energy security goes beyond energy sector. Very important message that it is not only energy sector. We need to even touch mineral mines and urban transport. So many things which even earlier speaker also shared with us. The next speaker we have Miss Vaishali Nigam Sinha. Vaishali ji, you are there. She is chairperson Renew Foundation and she is chief sustainability officer Renew Power.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Chand, Dr. Saswat, Dr. Kirat, Arunabha, Mr. Bhushan, and everybody else present here today. It's a pleasure being here. Again, I endorse my co-panelists on the title of this discussion. I think talking about a clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition, how much ever verbose it may sound, is very critical, I think, and I'm glad we are spending some time discussing this. I also want to compliment, though Mr. Kant has left, that I think our country did an amazing job with respect to the G20 deliberations and the sort of consensus we were able to mobilize amongst all the distinguished members who were present there. I believe it was quite challenging, and it's good to see these discussions happening via this workshop. So Arunabha, thank you for what you do. The only challenge I face today is going after Arunabha means and all the other panelists that a lot of the critical points have been made. So what I'll do is, as an industry practitioner, I'll provide a little bit of a perspective on what have been the big shifts over the last few years, which are worth noting, and what are the challenges or issues which we must think about as an industry gathering here, and perhaps it will form for some points for discussion which can be taken forward by those present here today. So I would say, in my view, I've come out with some 6 shifts which I think have been important so far. I just want to start by saying the kind of leadership India has shown so far in the transition which is happening is pretty significant. And as a renewable energy company, when we started, when there was no real policy framework in this area, there was no real business model and no capital really available for this sector. It's been heartening to see, and with a little bit of a positive sort of tonality, to see the speed with which all the stakeholders have stepped up and taken the lead to push ahead the transition in significant ways. So I think one heartening piece of information is that we've not seen coal additions over the last, few years, and it's noteworthy. I think the other issue is, despite rising financing rates, we have seen funds being raised via green bonds, which is good, though not optimal. We as a company believe that a lot more needs to be done. But we ourselves, as Renew, have raised about 16,000 crores via green bonds. We've done about 8 green bonds. So that's heartening. That just shows that despite the challenges in the financial markets, the interest in this sector remains. And I'm just putting, I do agree that there are a lot of issues around the 100 billion and a lot more innovation around the multilateral development banks, I think, which has kicked off, which is great to see. A lot more needs to be done, and we've been quite engaged in the Marrakesh dialogues which happened recently, been working with Mr. Singh, etc., on some recommendations. But it's good to see that there is a momentum in the right direction. I guess as a practitioner on the ground, what we've learned to do is we don't wait for an environment and an ecosystem to become perfect. And with insufficient amount of information, we really have to go on the ground and take what we have and keep working with policymakers and capital market providers to do whatever we can. So I think for us, that is the fun part of this journey. And so we are optimistic and hopeful. And it's good to see what's happening, but a lot more innovation, a lot more funds need to come to the sector, which is the green sector. And we need to shift the sort of circulation of finances in, I would say, the hard-to-abate sectors, which is easier for banks to do. So that there's some work which requires, but good to see the shift and towards green bonds and the innovation around that. Global energy prices, we all know that there has been a global energy price surge which has happened. It has been challenging, yet our country has navigated through this in a way which is quite complementary, and that cannot happen without the support of our leaders, and of course, it's still important for us to keep our eyes on the supply chain and the disruption which that may cause. And I think we've taken, again, I must compliment our leadership for coming up with enabling policies for us as entrepreneurs and industry representatives to focus on sort of decoupling ourselves, and there are a lot of incentives which have been provided, which is a good kicker, but a lot more needs to be done there. But it's good to see this shift as well. Expansion of renewable energy capacity. So let's just some numbers. I mean, cannot match CW's data, but whatever we feel has been really encouraging is that our energy capacity, RE capacity, stands at a commendable 180 gigawatts, 179.3 to be precise, driven by solar and wind energy. The addition of about 14 gigawatts of solar capacity in 2022 alone paints a picture of unwavering commitment. Of these numbers, I want to say, if we look at our own companies installed and in pipeline capacity, we're just a little under 18 gigawatts, and we are about 11 years old. So this is only possible when we have a country which has enabling policies, which when there is capital, which is enabling us to be able to grow in a sector which is very capital intensive. The other big shift which Arunabha you spoke about is green hydrogen. So the fact is that we have a national green hydrogen mission which is there. There is a framework, there is a commitment. We as a company have signed a tripartite agreement with IOC, L&T and Renew to be able to get running on the ground. We also have a framework agreement in Egypt. We are one of the few companies who have been shortlisted for some bids in Europe as well, and I totally agree that we do need a framework which is, I think Arunabha mentioned, that which is fair. We see certain sort of barriers being imposed in Europe, which is not great for our country. But I think what I see is that we are raising our voice loud and clear for people to take us seriously, and that's a big shift I see, which we see from India with respect to presenting ourselves as a country which means business in this area. And that is really good to see and is very supportive. Building a manufacturing.
Yeah, for you only.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sure. The time. Okay, fine. Thank you. All right. I will be very quick. So building a manufacturing hub, as our colleagues have mentioned, is also very important. Very quickly, I think what are the things we need to think about? One is, of course, supply chain, access to critical minerals. Arunabha, you very nicely articulated that. I think nudging the industrial decarbonization real hard is important. I won't go into the details. We all know what we need to do. And last but not the least, I think it was mentioned earlier that we do need finance and innovation. I think Professor Chand, you mentioned that's important, but we do need funding for that. And we do need industry-academia partnership as we experience on a day-to-day basis to take it forward. We look at what's happening to the wind flow. That's not great. So I think some research from a long-term basis is very important. I'll wrap up by saying that it's sessions like this which can, I guess, bring our thoughts together. But very importantly, on the part of the subnational engagement, I think it's very important for states not only to take individual leadership, but to have collaboration to be able to do what we want as we see people shifting from one region to the other to ensure that there is a just transition and there are jobs where there are jobs being generated and a gradual transition from where they're being lost. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vishali Sinha. Thank you very much. So we will have discussion for a few minutes, and I find that already there are two hands. So we start with Professor R.P. Gupta ji, Jayant, and then two person at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've talked a lot about green hydrogen, and we have at Irade done a study and showed that green hydrogen is going to be very expensive unless dramatic changes in technical progress takes place in the efficiency of of green hydrogen production. But at the Irade T20 conference, we had suggested a way to promote green hydrogen, which is to certainly begin with gray hydrogen. And gray hydrogen can be then used for substituting with various hard-to-abate secret things. And as and when green hydrogen becomes easy and comparable and comparative, we can use it to substitute green hydrogen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a topic which has hundreds and thousands of the issues associated with it, sir. I'll focus only on main 4 or 5, since I have been from my Niti Aayog days and even before that, Ministry of Coal and Secretary Environment been associated with it. I'm aware of the various facets which are there. First of all, the net zero commitment of the developed countries by 2050. Actually, they are not reaching 2050, net zero by 2050. The mechanism, the instruments which they are going to employ is purchasing the carbon credit from other countries. And that is where probably another exploitation which is taking place. The cheaper carbon credits which are available with the developing countries right now, they will be making use of those carbon credits, and later on when we talk of global net zero, these countries will be left up with a costlier options. This is just an observation. Second, now sir, I'll come to the climate finance. As rightly pointed out by Professor Preet Parekh, the climate finance has been one of the issues right throughout the COPs, and it is associated with the historic responsibilities which developed countries have never accepted. But unless we find a solution to that and they to some extent accept this responsibility, the climate finance is going to be extremely difficult to meet. And the suggestion which Professor Parekh made was actually made by us in Glasgow conference, where the total emissions which have been emitted by different countries, there should be a cost should be put to that. This is again the simple principle of polluter pays, which we employ at the national level. That finance can be and should be used for mobilizing a huge climate finance in terms of the investment. This should be used for a sort of multiplying effect. So that is as far as the international level is concerned. We have also the problem of climate finance at our national level. We all know the renewable energy. If we compare it with thermal energy, it is costlier. It is costlier today, and it's going to remain costlier for a near future of about 10 to 15 years. But if we account for the cost of the environmental damage, I am not even talking about the carbon right now, but the environmental damage, the pollution which we see outside. If we account for that, probably it is cheaper even today, or maybe at par. We have to think of the mechanism how this taxes which we collect on fossil fuels and not put the cost of pollution or environment. How do we put up that cost and use those finances, those resources, financial resources to support the renewable energy? That instruments will have to be thought, and so this is one of my suggestions. So nobody has talked about the nuclear. Nuclear is one of the renewable, I will not say renewable, it is a non-conventional energy, but without the impact of either the pollution or the climate change part. This is also one of the source of energy which is cheap and also provides the base load. Unfortunately, we have remained trapped in a government monopoly in this sector, sir. We need to come out of it. There are solutions, and one of the solution of the fast breeder reactor, which has been languishing for about more than 50 years now. We have to find ways to just operate it, get it to the operational stage where it can generate energy, and that will be one of the solutions. Without nuclear, in the long term, I don't see any solution for long-term storage, which is going to be the requirement, sir. Sir, last is, rightly as Arnab pointed out, about the energy security, and not the energy security of importing energy, but the infrastructure which is needed for energy security and renewable energy terms, particularly the technologies, the resources, which he very eloquently pointed out. So we are still in the stage of developing new and newer technologies. Net zero goal is not going to be achieved with the present technologies. There are a number of technologies which will have to be innovated and will have to be found and commercialized. We need to put huge resources in R&Ds and the innovations and commercializing this. This will be our solution for the energy security as well. This will be in terms of storage, this will be in terms of number of other things. Last, I will say, so renewable energy actually is very intensive and it requires land very intensively compared to the fossil fuel. When I was in Niti Aayog, we did a simple calculations. For 1 kilowatt hour of energy, if thermal requires 1 unit, the renewable energy requires 50 units of land. Land, as we know, is very precious, and we are limited by land in our country. It has other pressures also, particularly agriculture and other requirements. So we need to prioritize this. How do we find out the land which are not useful for other purposes to use it for this? And by balance it through because it goes against the distributed energy. So we have to balance out and find a solution to this. Thank you.
Now we are almost losing time. I would request the subsequent speakers to shift their comments to maximum minutes.
I just had a question for very brief. It's about energy security. Now, the way we had the first oil shock and the second time in 1991. Now, in kind of rapid stride, we are making the transition to green energy. There is a very distinct possibility that even the supply of critical minerals can be controlled and restricted in a manner which will lead to weaponization of renewables. Now, how credible is that threat? And do you see any sort of geostrategic or geopolitical realignments taking around this issue? And was it deliberated in G20 that how do we avoid that by having some sort of a global concord on not letting this thing, not letting renewables get in the way?
Thank you. Last person in the row, I think we had left. Okay, madam, you. Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity, sir. I'll be very brief. Sir, during G20 presidency, India has made quite significant progresses and achievements. However, we need to make sure that this is carried forward even in the upcoming presidencies. Brazil is in the process of finalizing its priorities for its presidency, so we need to push our priorities through various working groups in that. Plus, India also holds the presidency of Quad this year. So we should try to ensure all our priorities, including green hydrogen, is included there, which is already there, and there is a proposal for working on standards and regulations for green hydrogen. So we need to make some substantial progress there. Sir, just one more point on the hard to abate sectors. Half of the India's infrastructure is going to be built in the next decade. So therefore we need to have a very enhanced and focused approach for some of the basic input industries like steel and cement. India has been the co-lead in the leadership group for industry transition, which is a joint initiative with the Swedish government, and we will be launching the second phase of Lead It at the COP28 this year. And as Dr. Ghosh has already mentioned, co-development and collaboration is going to be the key to pass the bottleneck of IPRs. Therefore, we are working with the Swedish government to come up with the industry transition pilot for the steel sector in India, and we look forward to cooperation from all the stakeholders there. Thank you very much.
Sir, I am from the Ministry of Petroleum. Sir, we have also taken a lot of initiative towards the Green India mission. Sir, under the National Green India Mission, we have given a target to the CPUs, and the central public sector enterprises are producing 0.8 MMTPA per month. We have also working on the biofuels. We are also working on the gas-based economy, and on the blended ethanol, we have achieved the target of 15% in 2023, and our target for 2025 is 20%. And we are also suggesting 1% ethanol blending in aviation tariff fuel. So we are also we have also taken a lot of initiative towards promoting the Green India mission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think all interventions are more or less in the nature of observations, and only one question from Gupta ji, which he can discuss during some break. So with this, I thank first all the panelists for sharing their wonderful ideas with us, then other participants who have made this event a success. We have benefited a lot from your ideas, and there are rapporteurs who are preparing notes to use the suggestion made by you to prepare the final roadmap based on the discussion in this workshop. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Since we are sitting here since 10 o'clock, though we started at 10:15, so we will have a quick, only 5 minutes break, and come back at 12:17. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. And in the meantime, Professor Prasad Modak would be joining us via WebEx, so team to kindly ensure that there are no AV glitches. And I really apologize for the AV glitches here. We are listening, strains of FM, different channels coming in. So we are not having commercial breaks, we are having an audio break. Sorry for that. We'll try to mitigate that problem.
these four cordless mics. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
So may I request everyone to get seated, please? So session 2 is on restoring, conserving and sustainably using ecosystems. And our panelists for this session are Mr. Atul Bagai, Dr. Prasad Modak, Ms. Seema Arora, Mr. Rajat Verma and Dr. Deepankar Ghosh. The chair continues to be Professor Ramesh Chand, member Niti Aayog. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the second technical session. In this session, as per the listed program, we seek valuable ideas on 3 issues. First is streaming lifestyle for sustainable development, that is LIFE. Second is designing a circular economy world. And third is ending plastic pollution. Like previous session, we have a equally eminent set of panelists to share their ideas with us. But one addition that in this session we also has a representation of United Nations. So we have Mr. Atul Bagai with us, Many of you know Mr. Bagai. He is the country head for United Nations Environment Program's India office. As you all know, UNEP is the main agency dealing with this issue of climate change, waste, air quality, environment governance, resource efficiency, and large number of issues which rightly pointed in the previous session that we should not focus only on energy when we are discussing climate change and other things. We need to go beyond that. So we start with this first presentation with Mr. Atul Bagai.
Thank you, Rameshanji, and I would like to thank Niti Aayog for giving UNEP this opportunity for participating in this very important series of lectures and workshops that are happening as a follow-up to the G20. And of course, we are looking at plastics, life, and circular economy. But I just thought I'll start with a context where we, in the field of environment, tend to work in our silos and tend to forget that the interconnectedness between various environmental and sustainability issues needs to be the driving force behind any mitigation or a solution that we are thinking of. And I am talking of what at a UN level we call, and it's heartening to know that a lot of countries globally are adopting this whole approach of triple planetary crises. And the crisis of nature, the crisis of pollution, and the crisis of climate. And why this interconnectedness is so very important, that while we are talking of energy issues or life or plastics or circular world, they may be falling under the three subheads of nature, pollution, and climate change. But I think they're all three very closely interconnected. An issue of climate change certainly has an adverse impact on ecosystems and pollution, and vice versa. And I think this narrative, if we can bring it into our mindset, into our policies, will go a long way in having a bigger bang for the buck. And same goes on the solution side, that if you're going to find a solution in, let's say, ecosystems or a solution of nature, you are going to also have benefits for climate change and pollution. So I think this kind of interconnectedness needs to be the driving narrative for any environmental mitigation approach. And I think this whole approach got very strongly advocated in the G20, where India was the president. And I think probably for the very first time, one saw how sustainability was not only the focus of the Environment and Climate Change Working Group, but also became a focus for all other working groups. And I think that thread of sustainability that went through all the working groups and this other meetings that were held was a very distinctive outcome and contribution of India to the whole G20 movement. And meaning if we're looking at life here, and we're looking at circular economy, looking at plastics, if we're looking at, for example, plastics in the tourism sector, meaning there was a whole debate in the tourism working group on green tourism. And that kind of a approach, it was something that really led to one of the most forward-looking leaders' declaration that was brought out. And I think the fact that we are all in this series of workshops that are being organized as an outcome of the leaders' declaration and as a follow-up to the G20 is something which is very, very important, because it will then lead into what Brazil is going to take forward. The underlying problem, I think, is the issue of sustainable consumption and production. And if we are able to grapple with that particular problem, I think most of the other environmental aspects and problems will get taken care of. And I think that's the underlying principle of the whole LIFE campaign that was started by the Prime Minister and was launched on 20th October at Kevadia in Gujarat, where our Secretary General also participated. And he made it a point to highlight the fact that we are all waging a war against nature. And the way we can approach this whole problem under the framework of sustainable consumption and production, where life could be the cornerstone. Of course, there are many detractors to life also, because is individual choice or individual consumption enough for addressing the environmental issues that we are facing, the triple planetary crisis? There is a whole production area which is getting overlooked because of the focus on individual choice or consumption. Is it that the government is trying to get the industry go scot-free and put the whole effort on individuals? And I don't think that is the focus of life, because sustainable consumption at an individual level is a great thrust for sustainable production. There's no doubt that that linkage needs to be strengthened, and that linkage is very important. But also, sustainable consumption or life cannot work in isolation of just individual consumption. It needs a whole backing of alternatives from the industry. It needs a whole backing of policy from the government, whether it's the central government or the state government. And I think those two are very, very important aspects that styles for sustainable development needs to work on. There's also this whole issue of aspirational consumption, meaning the way Indian economy is growing, or the way the developing country economies are growing. You're also bringing up people from the lower strata into higher strata, and the aspirational consumption that comes along with it. How does one address that as part of individual choice? Do we say that you cannot grow or you cannot aspire? So I think that whole policy regime that needs to come in, the whole regime of alternatives or manufacturing, which is more sustainable, more green, is certainly a very important aspect. And the second important aspect, I think, and when you're talking of circular economy, or we're talking of plastic pollution, or we're talking of economic growth, I mean, we're all talking of a $10 trillion economy in the next 10, 15 years, or by 2030, or whatever and it's an amazing aspiration for a country like India, and we're already on that way. But can that economy be brought forward? Can that development be brought forward in a more green way? Can the approaches of that economic growth take into account the green aspects or the sustainability aspects? And that's going to be the biggest challenge for not only India, for any developing country which is on a growth path. And I think the fact that we have to balance development and environment, or development and sustainability, is a challenge that most of the developing economies are facing, and India will certainly face. But the heartening feature is, and that's where the G20 declaration comes in as a milestone, is that India is probably the very first country that is also trying to experiment how to balance development and environment. And I think if you go through the leaders' declaration, this theme runs through that whole declaration, and which is a very important directive, directive may be a wrong word, important direction of pointing the developing countries to a more sustainable path. I'll try to close by giving certain examples of what's happening in India, which is not only very forward-looking, but is something that under the whole framework of South-South cooperation, India can show its global environmental leadership. The Prime Minister has announced 2070 as the net zero date. There are already states which have started looking at developing their action plans. UNEP is working very closely with partner organizations like CEW, WRI, and Shakti Foundation, along with many other partners, to develop a low-carbon pathway strategy for Bihar. Now, Bihar is the very first state, and growing up, we always had a mindset about Bihar and the backwardness. But Bihar is the very first state in India that's almost finalized their low-carbon pathway strategy. I also understand some of our other partners, like CEW, are working in a few other states on a similar part. Now, this is something that while developing countries or developed countries at a national level are talking about net zero, India has gone a step further and is already looking at the subnational level in terms of looking at that strategies. Another very unique, meaning there are too many things happening. The whole renewable energy targets that have been set, and Vaishali was talking about 180 gigawatts already being on the table, and all these things are so very forward-looking. But I'll give a very small example of, since we're talking of circular economy, Angul district in Odisha, and that's where Chandrabhushan is working with us, and some other partners are working with us. There is this small tribal district, backward aspirational district, highly industrialized district, center for mines, has decided to develop a circular economy roadmap for the district. Now, this is something which is very, very forward-looking. And this is something that, meaning Niti Aayog is here, is an example that you should really take it to the 732 districts in India, because at one stage, in another 5-10 years, the whole country will be looking at this. A lot of work has happened by Niti Aayog at the policy level. You have already done 13 sectoral studies, which are the guiding principles for all circular economy work. But now it's getting translated on the ground, and I think that is something that really needs to be scaled up. I will end with just one small thought, and that gets linked to life very closely, that while we are, and life is such a big outcome from G20, that while we are looking at making transformational changes at an industry level, at a government level, or at an organizational level, the individual effort and the individual choice is certainly a key to whatever change we are looking at. And we need to change our mindsets. And that mindset is that we need to start looking at nature as in our mythology we talk of, in our traditions we talk of Atithi Devo Bhav, that guest is like a god. I think we need to switch to Prakriti Devo Bhav, that we need to treat nature as God. And I think that mindset, if that comes in, that will bring in the change that we're all looking forward. Thanks for inviting me for this.
Very good. Thank you, Atulji, for describing very complex, interconnected problem in simple and workable way. You know, the main problem to deal with this kind of issue is the operational framework that you need. Very difficult to create a operational framework, and the moment you start achieving objective of sustainability, it often contradicts with goal of growth. So India also has aspiration to grow at double digit, to become Viksit Bharat. So that would require that I buy 6-7 shirts every year, I buy new coat, pant every year. If I don't buy, you will not have that kind of growth. But if I buy those kind of things, it take toll on environment, it take toll on natural resources. So really, really some very tightrope walking, that we can't compromise on growth aspects, because still there are poor people, there are undernourished people, there are deprived people, even other than people like us who are not in that category. So really difficult, but as he said that we need to follow probably bottom-up approach in some respects rather than top-down approach that can give us somewhat better framework. The second speaker in the order is Dr. Prasad Madhok. He is Managing Director, Environment Management Center. Yeah, Madhok ji, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Professor. And am I audible to all of you?
Yes, more audible than me.
Yes, visible. It's visible. Hello, is it visible?
Visible. It's visible, Dr. Modak.
Yeah, thanks. So let me start, taking the point from Chandra Prakash, actually. Chandra Kishore. How do we define these several terms which we talk about? And one of them, Atul also mentioned, and he runs a program on green economy. And green economy, if you were to decipher what it is trying to say, it is one of those results in improved human well-being and social equity. That's important. And significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. It's a low carbon, which is important, resource efficient, and socially inclusive economy. That I thought is something important for us, that we have here obviously public and private investments. We do see following that the economic activities towards this pursuit, and we build the infrastructure. And the whole area then, that this effort leads to reduced carbon emissions and pollution, enhances energy and resource efficiency, and prevent any loss to biodiversity and the ecosystems. And we achieve, obviously, in that process, a very balanced growth. Professor Ramesh Chand, you just now talked about, is a tightrope walking. How do we achieve that green growth? And the next sequel, what we will see, the term which we have been using quite a lot nowadays, is the circular economy. There are more than 150 definitions of the term circularity. But the heart really is to eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials at their highest value as long as possible, and regenerate nature somehow. And this is today underpinned by the transition to renewable energy. I've been involved with Ministry of Environment and Forest, then of course more closely now with Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Finance in preparing various action plans. In fact, it was very enjoyable experience to work with Mr. Amitabh Kant when we worked with 11 ministries representing different sectors, that how do we draw specific actions, what each sector can do. And currently, as I'm still continue to be engaged with Niti Aayog to draft a mission circular economy, several important considerations have been identified, and one of them being that we still don't have fairly robust recycling standards. So while we want to push the whole area of recycling, we do not have recycling standards set for several waste streams, and that's a concern. It can be a potential risk. uh, I would look at even financing or supporting industrial growth through what we call as a term ecological modernization can be a great opportunity for us. That how do we do selective financing to move the industries to more cleaner technologies? I see a huge traction already on circular businesses, but I think a lot we could do from the policy instruments, that how can we promote more and more businesses, especially in the private sector, even lifting up the informal sector to go more circular. And as many speakers have talked about the importance of renewable energy, I think we are paying less attention to the end of life of the renewable energy infrastructure. How do we handle the spent solar panels or abundant wind turbines? I think this is also equally important priority, which should be then reflected in the circular uh, economy mission. I think we are also missing at this point of time, although I have been there in the Ministry of Finance on this task force, we haven't really gone still formally on sustainable public procurement. We do see here and there efforts. Also, we see changes at the GEM portal, but I think that's a huge opportunity. Atul talked about sustainable consumption and production, and this is something where SPP can play wonders. I think we are already late, but it's worth that we push. We today talk about extended producer responsibility, but I think that's something such a powerful and innovative instrument that we have to take it even further. And it requires everywhere a lot of innovation. In fact, circularity, is a fountain of innovation.
And I think today, although we are good on research parks, I would like to stretch that concept that in India we start formulating innovation districts. That's important. And the key, of course, to circularity is that how do we use more and more safe and pure inputs? So the green chemistry is going to play an important role. And I find little less attention today that we are giving to propagate the whole idea of green chemistry. Why I get emotional about this subject is because this is something which offers, among several advantages, a pathway to decarbonization. It improves the national resource security. It, in fact, supports just transition because it tries to be inclusive. And as I said earlier, it builds innovation capital. So I would say a mission on circular economy becomes extremely relevant when we talk about how do we make our world more and more circular. But here I'm going to take you to another thought, which I think is worth pondering, is that we also have to look at bioeconomy, which is, of course, the production, use, conservation of biological resources, including related knowledge, science, technology, and innovation, to provide information, importantly, products and processes and services to all economic sectors. So it's really sector agnostic to move towards circular economy. And if you look at the bioeconomy in the context of India, some people say that this probably is the future economy. In India, we have a significant growth already happening on bioeconomy. We do see that growth you will see in this slide on numbers, but the whole role played, which one can play with pharmaceuticals, agriculture, bio industry, and importantly, bio IT, which has got India has a strong base. I think we would see more and more growth of this bioeconomy. But the idea now is actually to fuse these models together. So, what we'll say green economy or circular economy, how do we capture the good parts of these different instruments into a circular bioeconomy? And if you look at this picture that you would see here, we are bringing in all various concepts we earlier talked about under one umbrella. And I think that's where the world is moving, and we also should. Example is very recently formed Thai government's the bio-circular green economy model, or what we call as BCG model, in the Thailand's 4.0 policy. And the aim of this model is to capitalize Thailand's strengths in biological diversity, cultural richness, very important in many ways, Atul, touches life, and employ the technology and innovation to transform the transition to a value-based, innovation-driven economy. I like here the term transform and not transition because we don't have enough time and we got to look at how do we even capitalize on such a blended concept of biocircular economy. The four cornerstones of such a BCG model looks at food and agriculture, medical and wellness, bioenergy, biomaterial, and biochemical perspectives, and also from the government of Thailand point of view, even for India, it would be is tourism and creative economy. So why not we examine such models since we want to take circularity as a mission and look at these interesting intersections between bio and the circular and the green economies. So, gentlemen, I'm going to stop here. And I thought just to give this perspective and listen to you, your reactions will be wonderful. And I think we are right now in the best of the timing where we have very interesting initiatives ongoing already in the country. The whole idea is how do we make it more effective, more impactful, bridge the urban-rural linkages, raise up our agricultural economy to take advantage of the circularity. Thank you very much, Professor. I finished my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Modak, especially for introducing some new innovative terms and concepts like recycling standards, bioeconomy. Nobody talked, but very, very important. But especially biocircular green economy. I just heard this concept for the first time, but I feel very, very important in the context of issue at hand, which we are discussing in this session. The next panelist is Ms. Seema Arora. Ms. Arora is Deputy Director General with the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. She is Principal Counselor and Head CII ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development. Floor is yours, madam.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Niti Aayog and CEW for inviting CII and to be here in the presence of a lot of the very distinguished panelists who've spoken before me. It's a challenge, but we'll try and bring some ideas to to this audience. CII, as you know, has been a key partner to the government, especially B20 engagement partner for business in the G20 process. It was a huge, great opportunity, and we had, lots of innovative ideas flowing through that process. We had about 7 task forces and 2 action councils, and across these 9 pillars, I would just say this entire theme of circularity, climate action, resource efficiency, ESG was seen across the entire, 9 verticals that we had under the B20, and we saw a lot of the recommendations actually finding some place into the leaders' declaration, which is also very good, especially in the Green Development Pact. Now, this afternoon's discussion is on restoring, conserving sustainability and ecosystems. The industry, as you know, has a key part to play in the CII with 9,000 direct members and multiple, indirect members. We have been working on this for a long time. I want to just give maybe a couple of examples of how we have been, working on this, and especially in the areas of circularity is what I want to focus on. I don't know if we can get the presentation on, but I can actually just speak also. Basically, circular economy work in CII started as Mr. Bagai was mentioning. We definitely found that there is so much of interconnection between all the areas of sustainability, and circularity as a theme goes across all of these, whether it's decarbonization, whether it's clean air, whether it's plastics. I think the thing that most of the time we are trying to achieve is some kind of a circularity, and it was defined very well by Dr. Modak that you're actually trying to, make sure that you use the value in that particular material, or the business, use of that material is to the maximum, and you also get the maximum value with the least footprint that across the value chain. So we have created a couple of, collaborative exercises with and approaches within industry, and I think they resonate well with what is mentioned in this particular theme paper that has come out also for the workshop. I particularly talk about the priority action on resource efficiency and circular economy industry coalition. To do this, CII actually has created a forum called Beyond Recycling, an Alliance for Circular Economy. It's by design called Beyond Recycling because normally the conversations on circularity end at recycling, begin and end at recycling. And I think we need to change the conversation and say how recycling is important, but we need to go beyond recycling. And the whole idea is how do we actually close the loop? How do we design for circularity? How do we, take things forward in a manner that you derive, as I said, the maximum value from this? And here, again, the idea is get industry together, but also was rightly mentioned that it is a behavior change. It's individual action. So we are actually looking at this coalition working not only as an industry coalition, but also working at a level where you bring at a district level, at a state level, and of course at a national level, this thinking and conversation about circularity, which is mainstreamed, and citizen action is actually at the center of it. We are looking at plastics as the first material in this. There are so many materials we can talk about, but to demonstrate what it means, we are looking at plastics as the first material. We run what is called the India Plastic Pact. And under this, we are working on with all the brands, the major brands. It's designed, what again was mentioned by Dr. Modak, as the in line with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation Circularity Pacts. It's one of the 12 pacts, 13 pacts globally. And members actually voluntarily sign to be members and take on targets. So this is, again, voluntary action. Again, I think one of the things I want to highlight here is that the power of collaborative voluntary action. I think government has provided a very good enabling ecosystem through coming up with good policies, but we also need to have voluntary action at every level. And for business, I think, has to show the lead. And how do we actually go even beyond what the policy is expecting, because there is a business case to do this. The key word here is that it's not done just because it is nice to do, or that we believe, we want to just be green, but it's because we want to do all of that, but also it's a business case. So the entire thing about having these collaborative approaches, having these partnerships, developing these, through which we develop frameworks, provide toolkits, provide design guidance, build capacity, is really to create the business case and be able to create also the science-based evidence that why something really works, like plastic as a material is not always bad. You have to use it well. So plastic is not a villain. If we just move to the next slide, please, if someone is helping me. Yeah, this is the India Plastic Pact I was mentioning about, and there are 4 targets here, which are very, very, they are actually voluntary, and they are, in a way, extending what the government's EPR actually is talking about. So again, showing action. If this is one of the examples. I think what can also be done is recognize sometimes voluntary action much more. And this is the suggestion I have, If governments and policies start recognizing the power of voluntary action and in a way link it to certain outcomes that they would like to see, we'll see much more uptake of such voluntary action. And I think that can be very powerful. Can we go to the next slide? And I just want to give another example. If this is our work, I can't not talk of air pollution, or clean air rather, which, and again, this is because I'm talking of circularity. Again, bringing this to an example for circularity, but also collaborative action. So CII began its work on clean air by creating a coalition of CEOs forum on clean air. Of course, this was in 2016. Similar time frame, November, very foggy, smoggy, flights getting disrupted, schools closed, construction banned. So we haven't done much, I'm sorry to say, but trying. But here the idea really was that how do we put together all stakeholders and share best practices? We are working at city level, creating certain data. Again, the whole idea is create science and create models which can be replicated. If we go to the next slide, we actually have created, replicable models in 436 villages in 12 districts of Punjab and Haryana, which are circular models of how you bring back what was mentioned by Dr. Modak, the bioresource. So biocircularity action. We invite you to come to our labs in the 436 villages and see biocircularity in action. The 2 pictures there are pictures of, I think it's too difficult to see, but the picture which is much more flourishing is the one where you put the paddy back. And they were much more resilient, the wheat crop, even to the vagaries of weather and climate. So they are even climate resilient. You use less water, you use 30% less chemicals, and you, of course, sequester carbon, and you have health benefits and lesser air pollution. But the main thing is the yield goes up by 7 to 11%. We have data now which says that, which is actually peer reviewed, and it's actually mapped where, and soil health is better. So I think these are the bio-circular economy models. And why is industry doing this? It's not just CSR. I mean, there is some CSR. See, we did a study that in NCR, companies actually lost productivity. They could not retain, talent. They had people, getting ill. Their activities were being banned. So they are seeing a business case to create solutions which other industries and entrepreneurs are actually scaling. And they're also investing in these scale-up solutions for the bioeconomy, as was mentioned. So I think, again, just winding up, I think circularity, we believe, is really the pillar that connects all of the things that was mentioned. Industry has a huge role to play. CII will be happy to see how we bring the learnings from the micro to the macro, and also how do we scale this. And again, I come back. How do we actually recognize voluntary action and help it scale to a level that it actually starts creating impact? Thank you.
Thank you, Seema ji, for sharing industry perspective with us, particularly what industry is doing, especially in the area of circular economy. I am impressed to see your work in agriculture. Would be happy to see detail of that. Next, we move to Mr. Rajat Verma. He is CEO of Loham. Rajat ji? Oh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Niti Aayog and CEW for giving me the opportunity to share my views with everyone out here. At Loham, we focus on two things. We focus on production of critical materials, as well as creation of a circular battery ecosystem. A lot of us have talked about critical materials today, earlier in the day, and we are now talking about circularity, and I would want to bring a little bit about the industry's perspective in terms of what are we actually doing in both critical materials and the circular battery ecosystem. Tell you what's working, what's not working, and where do we believe intervention is needed and the opportunities are for the nation as a whole. Why are, Seema talked about definition of circularity of battery. At Loham, we actually do not call it recycling of batteries. We call it repurposing, recycling, refining, and rebuilding. Those are the sort of four terms that we use when it comes to creation of a circular battery ecosystem. Why is this circular ecosystem important? We are talking about potentially 500,000 tons of waste getting generated by 2035 or so. We are talking about a lot of critical materials sitting in that waste, and so it's absolutely important that we do something about it. Now, let me first focus a little bit on criticality of materials and just share some numbers with everyone in terms of what we see out there in the market. In particular, focusing on the battery materials. When it comes to lithium, Niti Aayog has put out a report earlier this year, which was the Mines to Market report, which says we need about 25,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent. For nickel, Niti Aayog says we need about 20,000 tons of nickel equivalent, and for cobalt, we need about 18,000 tons of cobalt. To give you a little, by 2030, and mind you, these numbers are for 2030. To tell you a little bit about how much is being produced in the world today, in lithium, we produce 1 million tons of lithium carbonate equivalent ores today. In nickel, we are talking about 3 million tons of nickel ores and concentrates getting produced today. And in cobalt, we are talking about 200,000 tons of ores or concentrates getting produced today. So the number that we need in 2030 is barely a single-digit percentage, and that too on the lower side of what we truly need to achieve our clean energy goals in 2030. Moreover, by 2030, globally, ex-China, I'm not talking about China, globally ex-China, about 100 gigawatt hours of repurposed batteries will be available, or batteries which are ready to be repurposed will be available, and about 500 gigawatt hours of material to be recycled will be available. Compare that with our requirements of 100 gigawatt hours in 2030. We pretty much can meet our entire need from the global supply of repurposed and recyclable material. So is the criticality of this material very important in our opinion? Probably not. I think where we need to focus is, and I think Dr. Ghosh had brought out in his presentation, a lot of this material, while it may be present in 17, 20 odd different countries, but they're fundamentally being refined in China. The downstream process is almost entirely locked in China. And that is where the opportunities and that is where the challenge is. How do we create the downstream refining capacity in the country? Just to share with you again what we are doing at Loham. At Loham, we are already, by end of this year, we'll have 1,000-ton production capacity for lithium carbonate, 1,000-ton production capacity for cobalt, 1,000-ton production capacity for nickel. So we are already sitting at almost 4% of our needs from 2030. And we have already committed to taking these capacities up to 10,000 tons in each of the three critical materials. So meeting probably half the requirement of the country through a single company itself. So what is the point that I'm trying to make? The key point I'm trying to make is we focus on downstream capacity, we build it. Of course, we create a circular economy. Of course, we try to repurpose, we recycle, and I think a lot of questions around repurposing and recycling have been addressed before. We certainly would be very interested in ensuring standards are developed, things are done the right way. Recycling, which generally, as an industry, has a fairly negative connotation in terms of, are you truly doing things the right way? That should go away. It should be considered a great industry. But I think the critical point here is this is India's opportunity to export. The world needs almost 60 times the material that India needs. And again, by the world, I mean the ex-China world. US and Europe need 60 times the material. Our capacity, our capex, our production costs are a fourth, if not a tenth, of where US and Europe sit. US and Europe have already, US in particular, has already, through the Inflation Reduction Act, said absolutely no material can come from China. We can really create that capacity in India. We can really create that capacity to serve the needs of the global market. Every 1,000 tons of material that we produce creates 1,000 direct manufacturing jobs. We're talking about 250,000 tons of material, which will barely mean maybe 6 to 7% share of the market globally. And you're talking about, 250,000 jobs getting created per material. And I've only talked about lithium, cobalt, nickel. As we talk about the greater world of energy storage and we talk about the greater world of critical materials, we're talking about platinum refining, palladium refining, iridium refining, the neodymium refining. There's no dearth of materials that can't be refined in India. So I think we really need to focus on creating a very healthy energy transition materials ecosystem in the country, not just to serve our nation, but to serve the world and build in an inherent circularity in that ecosystem. So that's how I would like to conclude my thoughts. Thank you.
So we now move to next speaker, Dr. Dipankar Ghosh. He is Senior Director, Biodiversity Conservation, Birdwide Fund for Nature, India.
Thank you, Niti Aayog and CEW for inviting WWF in this workshop. Am I audible? Esteemed panelists, Chair, Professor Chand and Professor Parikh, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try and talk a little bit different from what you have heard since morning. I'll try and talk about biodiversity. I'll try and talk about something that affects us as people. When I was leaving home this morning, I just couldn't see what was there, Trans Yamuna. I live in Trans Yamuna. It was not visible. Yamuna River was not visible at all. And I'm not blabbering a point that we have failed or we have succeeded or something, but we are adopting. It's about human well-being. 3 years back, around this time, we could not breathe. We could not sit next to each other without a mask and thinking what infection will go. And I can tell you that I have survived two COVID incidents. And it's tough. I used to trek a lot. It's tough when your lungs are compromised. I think the Apex Court a few days back said that we need healing. And that's what I'd like to talk about. I'd like to talk about the first theme that when Mr. Jayant Singh had called about this workshop is about restoration. So we are talking about healing and restoration, what we need to do. What Mr. Verma talked about is recycling and repurposing, but ultimately what is happening to biodiversity and what restoration can bring, I'll try and tell you. At the end of the last century, one of India's very famous national parks, Manas, lost all its rhinoceros due to ethnic conflict. An ambition program started by the Assam Forest Department, the government including the Chief Minister, the Bodoland Territorial Council, and the local communities to bring rhinos back to Manas. 18 rhinos were brought to Manas from the wild between 2007 and 2018. 9 of them were poached. Because rhino horns are believed to be cure of cancer. Believe you me, it doesn't cure anything. It's nothing but hair. It's keratin. It doesn't cure anything. Those rhinos were poached, but today I'm happy to share that there are 40 rhinos and there's a breeding population in Manas. Why? Because people supported healing of Manas and restoration of Manas, restoration of its grassland. And what came up? Today, any of you, if you go to Manas, and if there is any forest officer, they will tell you in the room, Manas has n number of resorts now. Some of those are locally owned, Some, of course, industrialists from Calcutta and Guwahati, but there are locally owned resorts. Community-based tourism is at its peak in Manas more than Kaziranga. So well-being benefits are coming to people because they are also deriving the ecosystem services from Manas. The studies have also shown what would happen if the temperature rises to 4 degrees. 41% of mammals will disappear. But with just 2 degrees, 99% of the coral reefs will vanish. So marine environment will have a major challenge. What we have also seen is restoration also helps in climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation. I'm not getting in the depth of it. And there has been a paper, I think Professor Chand was mentioning in the morning, that there was a paper in Nature which said that we had kind of forgotten about biodiversity conservation in the last 3 decades and talking more about climate change. But actually, biodiversity conservation will help fight climate change to an unthinkable level. In addition to climate benefits of investing in nature restoration, it also contributes to our overall health and well-being, and I will come to this a little bit. Why? Is that India is a mega biodiversity country. It has the highest number of tigers, it has the highest number of elephants, I'm talking about Asiatic elephants. It also has the highest number of rhinos. The government of India, MOEFCC, very recently have identified the corridors which these large mammals use. What are these corridors made up of? They are agriculture fields, they have orange orchards in between, they have people residing, villagers residing. How do we protect these corridors? They need not become a protected area and exclude people. We need to include people, and this is exactly where we have been working a bit with CII and some industries, is that this is where industries need to come and invest in restoration of these animal corridors, because they are our indicators. If tigers are moving from Kanha to Pench, it not only shows that Kanha and Pench are well managed, but the area in between is also well managed, is also free of pollution or free of some kind of chemicals, or it's also having some bit of prey base. So they are our indicators. Biodiversity indicators probably can also help us getting ecosystem indicators. A joint report from IPBS and IPCC also talked about how fossil fuels, and we, I think the power secretary was also talking about that we are not trying to reduce fossil fuel, but some of the fossil fuel change, and my previous speaker, including Dr. Ghosh, was talking about is that how do we need to change into whether it's a hydrogen-based future or hydrogen fuel-based future or clean energy future. But all these things will fail if we have a road, but no forest on the sides of the road. I mean, how do we breathe? Where will our oxygen come from? That's what I'm trying to ask myself and everyone in the room. Ecosystem services in a restored forest is pretty high. Tarayark landscape, which saw a lot of development, and particularly in 8 districts of Uttarakhand, we did a valuation with 2006 value, 17 years old values. It came to something like 22,000 crore just from water, carbon sequestration, and tourism, religious tourism and wildlife tourism. And much of it is also restored. Of course, Corbett is there and Ramnagar is there, but quite a bit of areas have been restored in that part of the country. Restoration can also help in water recharge. It can also help in agriculture. Some bit of floodplains in Assam where we are working, we have seen that a bit of restoration also helps, especially in Manas. Grassland restoration has helped in getting more water for the farmers. So they have started, initially when we are getting rhinos to Manas, the farmers were quite scared, is that, okay, if we get rhinos, what will happen to our development? Will these rhinos come and eat up all our crops? But on the other hand, what has happened is that just a simple power fence has stopped the rhinos from coming to agriculture fields, but then they get more water because the grasslands have now been restored. Lastly, even during the Kunming-Montreal, the Global Biodiversity Framework, we do have targets. The target 2 very strongly talks about restoration. And that brings me to my next point, or rather the last point, is that sometime last year, around August, September, the state of Rajasthan, in a period of 1 month, lost asset of 300 crore, and not many of us noticed it. It was because something of LSD, lumpy skin disease. Just in 1.5 months, the disease wiped off 1,50,000 livestock in the state of Rajasthan. what was our preventive mechanism? What was the prophylactic measure? We do green development, we have faster cars, but if our farmers, if our milk is not coming, and if our ecosystem is full of dead carcasses, of dead animals, then how do we do? How do we proceed? It would also not be an overstatement to say that more than 3/4 of all the emerging diseases are now of zoonotic origin. Nipah virus has been well managed. Now, why these emerging diseases are coming? Why these zoonotic diseases are happening and pathogens are jumping one host to another? Pathogens are becoming zoonotic from being enzootic. The challenge is that rapid land use change, and we are making more and more edges while we do development. And when we are talking about green development, it cannot fragment our ecosystem. That's the last point I would like to state, sir. And one of the reasons why we need to be a little more sensitive about it, and of course there are positive solutions, is that, let me give you a figure on India's investment on national highways. We all love national highways. I personally use the Delhi-Meerut Expressway. It takes me 11 minutes to reach Delhi from Ghaziabad. But, and if I give you the figures, India is spending $32 billion this year just for national highway development, whereas the US is spending $63 billion for their entire road network. If you add road, railways, everything in India, it will probably be 1.5 times of what the government of US is spending. We had some delegates from US and they were wow, I mean, India is investing it. But what are the solutions? And I was talking to Mr. Singh in the morning, is that there are solutions when fragmentation can be managed. MORTH already has a notification which says that all greenfield or new road development should be taken outside, not just protected areas, but wildlife habitats and corridors. I think it is our duty as conservationists, IUCN or WWF and Ministry and the State Forest Department to demarcate these corridors, include them in the district development plans, so that when an IAS officer is looking at the plan, the gentleman or the lady understands or knows that, okay, these are the areas which need to be avoided. And there are solutions. I'd like to end by saying that, is that recently I was in Guwahati and was talking to the Northeast Frontier Railways officials. They have developed a very simple model. We were trying to work with IIT Delhi and CSIR labs for seismic sensors to stop elephants from getting killed on the railway tracks. It's devastating. You might say that India has 27,000 elephants. If 27 die on railway tracks, what's the problem? But if that elephant was diseased, if it had anthrax, and the disease would get into cattle and other wild animals, which could create havoc among people also. The Northeast Frontier Railway has developed a very reasonably priced optical fiber cable-based system which detects elephant presence from within 20 meters of the railway track, and the signal directly goes to the locomotive driver. They have got 98% success over the last 1.5 years in deploying it. I mean, I would request this August forum that there are innovations which are there in different parts of country. We need to take it to the entire country and see how the safeguards, we do have very strong safeguards, but they need to be respected, they need to be strengthened. Thank you.
Friends, we have very exciting 5 presentation by panelists. I'm sure some of you might be having some question or some observation to make on the content of presentation, or add any other issue to the large subject being discussed. Ghosh.
Thank you, Professor Chandan. Thank you to all the presenters. I just wanted to reiterate one thing and then draw a comment from each of the themes that has come through. 31 years since the Rio Conventions were signed, our G20 Leaders Declaration and the Green Development Pact, perhaps for the first time, is beginning to break down those 3 silos. We have 3 conventions, one on climate change, one on land degradation, one on biodiversity. And 3 conventions have operated for 3 decades in 3 different silos. And that is why when you act on climate, then you wonder what will happen to biodiversity. When you act on biodiversity, then you wonder, do I do something on land degradation? When you act on land degradation, then agriculture comes up, and so forth. which is why I think it is so critical that the Green Development Pact we internalize within India and then send that message across. How this is just not just three, it's a fancy phrase. It is the new GDP, right? And in order to operationalize the real leadership that India can demonstrate is not just increasing renewables capacity or green hydrogen capacity, etc., that we talked about in the first session. It is about how do we operationalize this in the context of the circular economy, not just of resources, but of conventions and of regulations. And using those examples, like Atul was saying, from states, from cities, from companies, from sort of the cohabitation of wildlife and humans. Operationalizing this and demonstrating this at scale will be the real message that India can send out. Because no one else in the world is even attempting to articulate that we can bring this all together. And therefore, the rich world that has abandoned its responsibility on climate still talks climate because it thinks it can pass the buck somewhere else. Some parts of the poor world that wants to monetize biodiversity talks biodiversity. Some parts of the world which are becoming deserts will talk about land degradation. India is the only country that can bring it all together and demonstrates that there is a circular economy of regulations and conventions.
Thank you, sir. I'll just make a small suggestion with respect to the life. See, Atulji talked about the sustainable production and sustainable consumption. Now, there is a linkage, sir. If Niti Aayog can develop a sustainable index for different products, it will be extremely useful for the consumers. That when they are, how much do they like it, whether they want to pay more for it. But at the same time, sir, when this index is available for different products, the awareness and the usage of it definitely going to increase, and that will incentivize the industry, in fact, force them to become more and more circular and sustainable. Thank you.
Sir, I am from Bharat Petroleum, and basically, we all are talking about renewable energy, and battery is one of the very interesting topic with Mr. Rajat Verma has talked about. Basically, recycling of batteries. I think this is a very interesting subject, I find, because we all are going to get somewhere, someplace or the other, we are going to use the batteries basically for green development. We are also talking about EV mobility, again batteries are coming, solar, again batteries are coming because offsets are there. But I think lots of environmentalists are talking about mining and then say that if you are going to use batteries, it will be more, mining will be more carbon intensive than going for a battery. I think that is one of the prospects we must look into. I mean, this forum, a lot of environmentalists are sitting here. Maybe we can look into what exactly are we going to talk about. Are we having those kind of minerals and materials, and is that actually overshooting the use of batteries as compared to when we are looking into the other aspect of it? Thank you.
So if I may just respond to that comment.
Cement industry is the second largest producer in the world, Indian cement industry, and we have a huge potential in terms of deploying the circular economy because of the quantum of material what we are producing. So what our suggestion is that there are different waste streams are there from the let it be industry waste streams and also coming from the municipalities and also the bio waste. All these waste streams and also the demolition waste which is coming from the buildings, how we can see each waste stream, what is the decarbonization potential of this and which industry it should be deployed. Just give an example that we are using limestone which is emitting CO2 because of the calcium carbonate. If I am substituting clinker with 1 ton of fly ash with the 1 ton of clinker, I am able to reduce 0.85 tons of CO2. If India is producing 250 million tons of fly ash, it has the decarbonization potential of 200 million tons. Is the level of potential is there at this moment. But only thing is this fly ash, when we are actually allocating this to different sectors, we need to see what the extent of decarbonization potential is there. Does it helps in terms of decarbonization of the nation, in terms of our roadmap? So similarly, the fly ash, slag, ferrous slag and non-ferrous slag. We have come out with the SO2 norms, sulfur dioxide norms. We have a FGD gypsum, which is a very large quantity. And also we have a phosphor gypsum from the fertilizer industry. All this gypsum can be used. I think at this moment, cement industry can use 16 million tons of phosphor gypsum per year. And also in the future, when the power plant is going to come with the FGD plants, and the entire gypsum can be utilized. Municipal solid waste, almost 100 million tons of municipal waste, produces at least an RDF of 20 million tons per year. And this can be fully utilized in the, as a fuel. And the almost 600 million tons of biomass are agri residue. At least the cement industry is capable of using almost half of it. So what I am saying is that when we allocate these resources of waste streams, one is the current generation, what is the legacy waste which is there, and how we can actually dispose to reduce the carbon footprint of the nation. That is something which we wanted, and cement industry would like to contribute in terms of the circular economy roadmap for the country, and we'll be able to help in terms of the decarbonizing the country. That's the one my suggestion.
Thank you. So we will have a response from panelists.
No, I just wanted to draw the fact, meaning Arunabha talked about the 3 crises which I was talking about and linking it up with GDP. That's the real GDP. And Dipankar talked very extensively about how biodiversity and ecosystem services are so very important. And it will be a great thing if Niti Aayog could really take this up, the whole issue of inclusive wealth and the whole issue of natural capital accounting. Meaning if all these services can be accounted for as part of the GDP, it's not happening in most of the countries because of obvious reasons, but this is a very good way of taking forward how you're calculating your economy. So just a suggestion, it's not an easy thing, but that's something at least we can start taking baby steps towards. And some good reports have been done by Partho Gupta committee and various. So I think we need to take that forward.
I would just like to address your question around whether mining itself of battery materials or other critical materials is going to create a greater bad than a greater good that we are trying to achieve here. I think clearly there are 2 important aspects to this problem. One is responsible sourcing, that is absolutely critical, and to what Mr. Gupta talked about, how do we actually create a very traceable ecosystem, very trackable ecosystem, where you understand where the material has come from, what is the original source of the material, and you're able to sort of continue tracking it all the way to its death before it gets reborn. And I think that ecosystem, that framework needs to be developed. Other countries in the world are trying to develop that. I think India can develop its own framework, which will also allow us to account for these materials. And I think this needs to be done probably at the government level. But I think the other bit is, theoretically, if we have the right technologies, we can make these materials live forever. That's the beauty of these materials, as opposed to carbon, which tends to get stored in a very long time period storage system. I mean, end of the day, coal is also a storage system, but those are very long gestation storages. Here, the material can get stored forever, can be reused forever, which fundamentally means at some point of time, you can stop digging up Mother Earth. And I think that's why we are so encouraged about this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just want to add, I think the point made by Arunabha was very, very valid, that how do we actually integrate all the different aspects in terms of the regulatory framework. Even now, when we are looking at the different conventions or the regulations within the country, the one is not talking to the other, and we are creating problems maybe through one and trying to solve through another one. So I think this integration is something that is very, very important, and Niti Aayog, I think, is an ideal position to actually create some kind of a structure inside our country first, which can go bottoms up. It should start right from the ground and state and then national, because then we can say that, because normally we do top down, then the implementation becomes a problem. But if we go bottoms up, we may be able to solve that as well. So I think that's something that we can do.
Just a quick response to what Dr. Arunabh Ghosh was saying about cohabitation. And India does have good examples. With so many animals and such development happening in the country, I think India can lead the world to a more sustainable development pathway to show that how coexistence is happening between nature and people. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we come to end of the second session. I would like to express gratitude of Niti Yog and my gratitude to all the 5 panelists in this session for sharing their valuable ideas with us and for sparing their time to come for this session. We also thank all the participants for their indulgence and for ensuring an environment which I found was very fertile for generating new ideas. Thank you.
So lunch would be in the hall next door in 2000. And Yeah, so we are ready to start the third session on adaptation and disaster resilient infrastructure. This will be chaired by Shri Kamal Kishore, Member Secretary, NDMA. And may I call on you, sir, to chair the session. And the speakers and panelists here would be Dr. Uma Maheshwaran Rajshekhar, Dr. Vishwas Chitle, Mr. Arun Krishnan, Dr. Ashish. Shubha will be in place. And Dr. Ashish Chaturvedi, Manish Mohandas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. He's on his way. He'll join in 5 minutes, I think. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, so. Yeah. Yeah, so.
So, good afternoon and a very It's very easy to talk about, but very difficult to do. There are 4 dimensions that I want to highlight. The first is that when we talk about resilience of infrastructure systems, how do we look at resilience to what? What risks? Because infrastructure by definition is built for the long term. And over that long term, risks are likely to change, particularly in the context of a changing climate with a fair bit of uncertainty. So there is that one big challenge of how do we assess risk and build resilience to not just what we are exposed to now, but also future extreme events. And then the second is that how do we sort of translate that understanding of risk into appropriate standards and regulation? How do we continually assess the usefulness or adequacy of standards that we have? So if you were designing stormwater drains in Chennai now compared to 20 years ago, the same standards would not apply because the rainfall regime is changing, more intense rainfall is happening. So how do you sort of keep your standards up to date and something that really speaks to effective management of risk? And a part of that is regulation. In regulation, there is also the notion of how do we regulate the professions that are involved in imagining futures infrastructure. And the third is how do we ensure that financing of infrastructure nudges us towards resilience and not toward risk? How do we ensure that people who put money in infrastructure really take that into account, the risks that your infrastructure systems are exposed to? And finally, every year, we've seen what has happened in Sikkim just over a month ago. A lot of our infrastructure is lost to disasters. How do we put into practice the notion of build back better? Again, it's a catchphrase, build back better, but it's easier said than done. What is the kind of predictable institutional mechanism you have to ensure that these happens? So these are the 4 pillars. How do we understand risk, resilience, but resilience to what? How do we take into account uncertainties of the future? How do we ensure that the development of standards and regulation keeps pace with our understanding of risk? How do we design finance so that it nudges us towards resilience and not risk? And finally, how do we have a better, more efficient system of supporting recovery? With that, now let's turn to the co-organizers or organizers of this workshop, CEEW. So shall I go in that order? Okay, so let's start in the reverse order then. Let's start with UNDP. I have a very dear friend and colleague, Manish Mohandas from UNDP. He anchors the disaster risk management portfolio of UNDP. He also managed with CDRI production of a global report on exactly these issues. So, Manish.
Thank you, Kamal. You caught me off guard because I thought I'd have time to collect my thoughts and speak much later. Sure, sure. So I think, thank you.
That's the idea of a round table.
Absolutely, Jayanji.
We reduce it to a seminar.
Good, good. Which is not good. So I think I'll take a step back and continue from where Kamal stopped. I think, see, many philosophers, they argue about what is freedom, right? Often it's said that freedom is the absence of coercion. But I think it was Amartya Sen who said that freedom is also living a life as per your values. And I think one of the biggest drivers for that is infrastructure systems. Because when you provide infrastructure systems, you are expanding opportunities, you're increasing accessibility, you're reducing vulnerabilities, and you're also giving people an opportunity to engage in the labor markets and in the productive systems. I think this is the largest space in which you need to conceptually think about infrastructure systems. Now, even this evocative statement of Bijli Sadak Pani, all of these three things are infrastructure systems. Because Bijli Sadak Pani has a strong anti-poverty measure, it includes people, it also helps in providing people their aspirational needs. Right. Now what happens is that over the last 150 years, the manner in which we have built our infrastructure systems has primarily been driven by fossil fuels. And personally, I'm a great fan of fossil fuels because I feel that all the prosperity that we have achieved over the last 150 years has been simply due to fossil fuels. But right now, we have reached an inflection point, thanks to climate change, where we have come to realize that this particular path of moving forward is not sustainable and you need to kind of bring in some sort of course correction. Now it's also important to probably it's a nice opportunity for all of us to now think about and ask ourselves or collectively think through and see what is this new imagined future. All right. Now I'll give an example. I stay in a congested South Delhi colony, and what is particular about that particular area is that there are no pedestrian paths. You have to walk on the roads. And probably the reason is that 150 years back when cities were designed, planners had decided that we should expand into the suburbs and move the working population to the city centers through expressways, through vehicles that are driven by internal combustion engines, and that's a good life. So naturally, you have this whole glamorization of vehicles, individualism, and so on. So this model caught up, and today we are straddled in a situation where people like us have to also live in that society where you have cars encroaching on footpaths, where you don't have roads, where children cannot cycle, where you cannot walk on the streets. So the question is that when you're reimagining the future, when India has committed itself to, let's say, net zero by 2070, what is this reimagining that we need to get into? Should we look at how do we think about public transport systems? Are we looking at how is battery storage going to be incentivized? What are the innovative mechanisms that we bring into the picture? So that is a kind of reimagination that is needed. And I think and being an optimist, I think that's also happening. The very fact that we have such a diverse set of experts in this room is also one step towards thinking through these problems. Now, coming to the larger question about, now what is more important is that, I mean, I shouldn't forget the theme of this session, it's also about resilient infrastructure, right? Now, what is important is that, look at any normal business, let's say a Zomato or an Uber or a Blinkit. Like how many of these businesses have really factored in the costs of providing some sort of social security net to their social work, to their workers and gig workers, whether it's social insurance, accident insurance policies. Because if you factor in these costs, probably your business model may not be as strong and robust as it is made out to be. And now this is exactly the same challenge that infrastructure systems traditionally are also facing. How do you kind of price risk? How do you kind of anticipate risk? How do you measure risk? And how do you bring that into your bottom lines in this whole era of climate change? And I think this is a complex question. And it's also not fair to say that this is the responsibility of an NTPC or this is the responsibility of a National Hydroelectric Corporation. It is a responsibility of our societies that is going through this transition altogether. Now, what is happening is that one effort that, 3 years, Mahesh has just come in from CDRI. 3 years back, CDRI did not exist. So the very fact that there's institutions today there is also a testimony that somebody in the government of India, somebody in this whole community has thought about the need to bring in resilient infrastructure systems. And probably India can be one of those countries that at least starts pushing the envelope on this front. Today we have this organization here. And over the last couple of years, UNDP and CDRI, we have worked together and we've come out with this global report on infrastructure resilience. It's one of the first steps where we have tried to look at how do we quantify risk to infrastructure assets across all countries of the world. That report was launched last month in New Delhi, and I would encourage all of you to please visit the CDRI website and access that report. It is quite rich in terms of its content, in terms of its suggestions. And right now, I think the CDRI is also on the verge of launching a data platform, which will put most of the numbers that was used for this report in a much more accessible platform, so where policymakers, practitioners can also play around with these figures and try to see how can that be translated into action at a much more granular level. So that is one piece of work that UNDP has been doing with CDRI. Secondly, in terms of disaster risk resilience broadly. Now what is happening is that over the last couple of years, the government of India has allocated close to $30 billion for disaster risk management in the country. So this is under the 15th Finance Commission report. I would encourage all of you to access the 15th Finance Commission report and explore the chapter on disaster financing. It is an excellent section which details out all the kind of priorities that the government of India and the state governments should do when it comes to disaster risk management. So over the past couple of years, UNDP has been working with both the NDMA and also with a few state disaster management authorities of India in trying to help them access this financing. Now what we see is that when we go to the city administrations, when we go to the district administrations, or when we speak to policymakers, there is always good intent. There is this whole drive that things need to change, we need to do things differently. But what we painfully realize is that there are not enough capacities or technical expertise available at the disposal of these extremely kind of ambitious officers to kind of convert some of their ideas into action. So UNDP tries to at least bridge some of the gap in trying to at least provide technical expertise wherever it's possible. But I think the larger question that we need to grapple with is that why are we not able to attract talent into these systems? Why? I think almost every university today has a disaster management program. You have young professionals coming out in the hundreds and 200s, and a number of students come out every year. But where are these students being absorbed? What is the kind of career path for them? When disaster risk management is such a burning topic, why is there not a very attractive career path for them to be absorbed in the system and kind of developed into professionals? So that is also one large question that we need to grapple with. And yeah, I think I'll stop here. So maybe you can come back for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Manish, for those very thought-provoking ideas. You highlighted the notion that although we've made a lot of progress in the last few years, the discourse has sort of come of age, but how do we turn ideas into action? Where is the capacity to do that? So we will discuss these issues a bit more, but now let's go in the reverse order again to Mr. Arun Krishnan from Climate Policy Initiative.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to be here. So I had prepared a speech given that I was given 7 minutes. So hopefully I will stick to that time. But please feel free to ask me any questions. Climate Policy Initiative works in the intersection of climate and finance, right? So I will be talking about finance, how resilience can be financed and so on. So distinguished chair of the panel, fellow panelists, decision makers and policy professionals, it is with a sense of urgency that we must address the issue of financing climate resilience. The escalating impacts of climate change are no longer distant threats, they are present realities that demand our immediate attention and collaborative action. As we gather here, communities across India and the world are grappling with the devastating consequences of extreme weather events, rising sea levels and disruptions to agricultural systems. These climate-induced crises not only endanger human lives and livelihoods, but also threaten the very foundations of our economies and societies. Now, when it comes to financing resilience, there are two angles to consider. One is the infrastructure angle, and the other is the human angle. Building resilient infrastructure doesn't need to be purely pragmatic, like increasing the height of a highway and providing for water drainage below it, for example. Resilient infrastructure can serve multiple purposes, right? An example of this is the Enkhaven Parken in Copenhagen, which was repurposed to deal with water from cloud bursts. Another example is that of Kampung Admiralty project in Singapore. The focus of this project is to encourage elderly residents to engage in an active lifestyle, but it is also part of a greater effort to increase environmental sustainability. The design of its hydrological system allows for over 1 million gallons of tap water to be conserved each year, right? So it is easy to imagine such dual use projects to be conceptualized in India, but to be financed and executed, that's a different thing. Now, the key element for success in such projects is finding an element of financial sustainability in the projects, right? A lot of times the resilient projects, they end up as being a pilot project, but how do you financially sustain them? Resilience need not equal financial unsustainability. So we have this mindset that resilient projects or adaptation projects are financially unsustainable. That need not be the case. Improving the bankability of projects is critical to ensure not only the sustainability of resilience projects, but also to ensure that a greater number of projects are undertaken. Public-private partnerships can be a key tool in building climate-resilient infrastructure with financial sustainability. Private parties who bid for PPP projects do so with the confidence that the project will earn a certain return. The environmental criteria of the projects can be enhanced with requirements of resilience. I was overhearing a few of you speaking about the power sector, and the power sector has a few public-private partnerships, and of course roads and other sectors are PPPs as well. Now the environmental studies undertaken for those projects, they do not consider, at least right now, adaptation or resilience or mitigation and so on. So perhaps that is a criteria which can be built into it. This means, for example, if a road close to the coast is being built, the road is built with coastal defenses to ensure that it doesn't get flooded for the next few decades. The cost of building for resilience will be rolled into the cost of the public-private partnership project, and the revenues generated from it will help pay for the resilient infrastructure. Now, naturally, the cost of the project with resilience built in will increase. The additional element of resilience can be quantified and can be provided with concessional loans to encourage build out of resilience and infrastructure, right? So the way to, let's say, quantify that or a concessional loan for that would be how much, I mean, you're building this resilient infrastructure, you're incurring, let's say, 20 million extra. How much is this ULB or the government going to save over the next 30 years because of that, right? So that cost benefit analysis gives a clue about the kind of concessional loans that can be given. A hybrid annuity model of PPP can be useful for resilience projects, although HAM has had a bad name in recent years. But India, we have innovated a lot in public-private partnerships. There is no reason why we cannot create new models building on what we have already done. A HAM project typically allows the government to spread out the costs so that the exchequer is not burdened at the beginning. So typically 40% of the cost is paid upfront, and then the 60% is paid by the developer, 40% by the government, and the government slowly, gives an annuity to the developer so that his cost plus some profit can be recouped. Financial innovation can be coupled with technological innovation to increase resilience, right? For example, investing in satellite imagery for identifying heat islands in urban areas can be used for improving resilience. Investments for technologies and resilience, again, can be built into the project cost, the PPP costs themselves. The Global Infrastructure Hub, for example, which is the think tank of the G20, they have a project called InfraTech, which identifies what are the technological interventions that can be made in infrastructure in order to improve climate action. Finally, lastly but not least, social protection is a key element of financing resilience. Financial tools can be used for increasing resilience of individuals and communities. So take the example of SEVA recently, which has introduced a parametric insurance for heat. The SEVA has around, I think, 20 or 30,000 members. They have worked with a foundation to introduce the extreme heat income insurance, which is designed to help women in India proactively recover income lost due to climate-driven extreme heat events. So what basically a parametric insurance does is that in this example, there are certain parameters. If they are met, the insurance payout is automatically done. For example, it can be temperature, it can be humidity, etc., etc. You can build out an index, and if that index is met, all the beneficiaries will be paid out. So the idea behind this is that if it is a very sunny day, a very hot day, then the person might not be able to go out and work, and therefore the income is lost, and this parametric insurance will help recover the income. So while the program right now is on a pilot basis, I mean, you can imagine this being scaled up, either funded by the government or, partially funded by the government with a co-pay from the beneficiaries. To conclude, stakeholders should focus on both infrastructure and social aspects of resilience while designing solutions. To make climate resilience as a viable proposition, financial sustainability should be baked into the design of the intervention. Technological interventions can help improve resilience, but should not be the key focus. Innovative financial tools should be created for improving the resilience of communities and individuals as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arun. Very efficiently used 7 minutes. You packed a lot in it. So I'll pick up on a few things. I think the key issue of who pays and how do you make a case for paying more for resilience? How do you quantify the benefits? So what is the resilience dividend? That's a nice segue to Mahesh from CDRI. CDRI has just launched its report which grapples with exactly these issues of quantifying risk and resilience. Mahesh, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And
he took 6 minutes, so you've got 8.
Okay. I think that's an advantage of being the last speaker. You get to use the remaining minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure being here amongst you to discuss around climate resilience, especially related to infrastructure. As you all know, CDRI works in this space, and we have recently launched the biennial report, which was mentioned by the chair and also by Manish. So the report broadly discusses about the infrastructure resilience and what it amounts to in terms of annual average loss or
15405 ये 5 लड़के थे जिन्होंने
So what it broadly indicates is 70% of our annual loss is coming from hydrometeorological events, which is related to the climate in some form. And while we are in the process of addressing these losses, in most of the countries across the world lose around 8 to 10% of their new investment annually due to these disasters. And how do we safeguard it? So one is around resilient infrastructure. How do we safeguard our investment towards infrastructure? And also the other one is infrastructure resilience. How can infrastructure benefit society in its development goals and also achieve a better economic scale and also better livelihood, lifestyle, and so on and so forth. So when we are talking about it, it's very important to notice that this year has been one of the worst years in terms of heat. We have broken the 200-year record, and global average temperature was 1.5 degrees more than what was observed by us using instruments over the last 100 years. Most of the countries experienced the worst heat wave in the month of August. We have broken all records, so there is no turning back. And this year, when we are talking about what is that 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees change, we experienced it this year, and it's not going to be something we will, or this is going to repeat itself time and again over the next decade. How our infrastructure, whatever we are investing today, it's a simple metric. The money you put in, you want the infrastructure to last for the next 25 or 50 years. Unfortunately, much of our standards and codes, whatever we have with us today, are all pre-2000. So they are not designed for these extreme events, what we are experiencing or what we have experienced in the past decade. This is not unique to India. This is globally, it's creating a huge, a domino effect. In UK, the train tracks were deformed. So the trains couldn't go on time, a lot of service discrepancies did take place. In Japan, in what they call it the Forbidden City, which is close to 300, 400 years old, the tiles melted, right? And in Delhi, where we are right now, the roads and the asphalt did melt, you know. So whatever we are investing today, we want the investment to pay us back over time, over the next 10 years, 15 years, so on and so forth. But what's happening is those investments, we are losing it at the rate of 8 to 10% annually, all new investments. So it's, I think going back to what Arun did mention, whether resilient infrastructure, do they pay back? Yes, they do pay back. There are different metrics. $1 invested gives you $4 in return, $6 or $8. That keeps changing depending upon how do you quantify it. But even without that, a simple metric of the life of the infrastructure, for every 1 degree change, average temperature change, there is a 1% decrease in the life of infrastructure. And that also relates to 1% decrease in the amount which we invest towards them. So what we need to do right now is relook at our standards codes and change them. Relook at our investment metric. You know, what we are building today should be sustainable or should be resilient in time to come, and therefore we should make sure that we plan for it and design for it, not what we have experienced in the past 100 years, but what we are going to experience in the next 20 to 30 years. And that's the key. And there are several challenges associated with it. First, our understanding is still at a very, very low level. We are trying to observe things and react to it rather than plan for it. And going back to what Manish said, and that's the reason why much of our investment are not planned investment. They are more reactive. We see a traffic jam and then we try to build a flyover. We don't have a city which is planned to address these kinds of traffic issues, address the density issues, the growth, and also the life and the livelihood. We don't look at the quality of life. We look at the quantity, how much we can achieve, how much we can produce in a day, rather than how effective we are, how comfortable we are, how sustainable we are, is something which we have so far not addressed. The second biggest problem is most of our cities, especially the urban areas, which contribute to 70%, globally urban areas contribute to 70% of GDP. And even though much of our population are also moving towards urban areas, it's important that we plan and design them effectively. Niti Aayog did come out with a recommendation that we don't have enough planners. Out of the 5,000 or 6,000 odd cities and towns which we have in the country, less than 500 of them are planned cities, where you have some kind of an urban development authority or a planning agency with a qualified planner doing the master plan. Most of the 100 smart cities which we are investing in, 70 of them don't have an updated master plan. And whatever we are planning for, even the planning cycle, which is once in 10 years, is not effective, because from 1947, when we got independence, to 1990, our urbanization, the growth rate was 1% a decade. That's why the master plans were designed for once in 10 years. And right now, what we are experiencing is 1% increase every year. And so our master planning cycle of having it once in 10 years is no longer applicable. We have to change that policy. We have to come up with new plans, and we have to ensure that all the 5,000 or 6,000 cities have planners. Unfortunately, we don't have that many planners also. There are only 5 to 6 planning schools in the country, which produces close to 300, 400 planners on an annual basis. So if we need to cater to that 5,000, 6,000 cities and towns, we need to import planners, or we need to start including planning as a key curriculum. And that is also going back to what Manish said, that's why we lack the capacity, because disaster management is never taught as a curriculum. We don't have that, I think, except for TIS in Mumbai, there is no disaster management degree at an undergraduate or at a master's level. People don't understand how they need to include or consider these, emerging risks, climate challenges into their investment planning or decision-making criteria. And finally, going back to data-informed decision-making. Right now, we are used to making decisions based on our gut feeling, on our experience and our wisdom. That no longer holds true, because what the future holds is not what the past, what we experienced in the past. We are going to experience something which we have not experienced in the last 100, 200 years. So how do we deal with that? So that requires a better understanding, and that understanding is going to come from data and information. It's not something which we can use our wisdom or our gut feeling to do so. And in that context, CDRI has recently, along with the report, the biennial report, we'll be soon launching a data platform. It is called GIRI, Global Infrastructure Resilience Index data platform, which comprises of all the hydrometeorological hazards, but also geophysical hazards like earthquake and landslide. It includes 8 infrastructure types, and it provides information at a scale which can be used by country governments and also multilateral development agencies and investment backing agencies to understand what is the kind of risk and what is the kind of investment which is required, and what is the kind of infrastructure loss, and what is the resilience metric. Resilience metric in the sense that how long will it take for those infrastructure to come back to its normalcy after hazardous event, especially the natural disaster. Not natural disasters, disasters which are caused by hydrometeorological events. So in that, what people can do is look at 8 different infrastructure types, which includes roads, bridges, telecommunications, ports, seaports, airports, and also buildings, residential and commercial buildings, and see what is the kind of investment, additional investment which is required for safeguarding those infrastructure types, and how effective country governments needs to invest in their new infrastructure development also, because many a times the resilience index is low, not because that the country is effective, but the country doesn't have sufficient infrastructure. So their annual average loss comes down considerably, and this also leads to delaying their development plans. Say, for example, if there is a small island and their seaport is damaged, basically the connectivity to that particular island nation gets disrupted, and in that process, the GDP gets affected, the mobility gets affected, and also transfer of goods and services gets affected, so on and so forth. The second key thing is we have advanced, at least in our space race, including what India has recently done with Chandrayaan and others. But overall, the number of satellites which are there globally is tremendous. We have more information, but we don't use that kind of information effectively. So how do we effectively use that information in our decision-making and policy process is the key to sustainable development and also resilient infrastructure. And finally, I just want to part one key aspect that there are, of course, planning and data is equally important, and standards and codes needs to be updated, so on and so forth. But the key is how do we share that information? You know, how do we connect? How do we network in a society where the key understanding is lacking right now? So I think this is a very good forum, and I feel that we need to see how collaborative mechanisms can effectively add value to the discussions and also to the future growth plan. That I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahesh. Now I hand it over to Shubha to bring it all together. Very easy task.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. It's a topic of great personal interest to me, and I have experts here that I'm going to probably pose a few questions to in addition to my remarks. To bring everything together, let me start with 3 key points that we have discussed so far, that resilience is not only limited to disaster resilience, but the sustainability of systems. And those are systems that can be infrastructure which is built, or let's say agricultural systems or water systems, anything that comes under the administrative and the social aspect of using a country's resources and the global resources. The second point that we have come across is that it's an integrated approach that requires policy, technology, finance, and behavioral changes to it. So it's not a silver bullet solution that we have. And the third point is that resilience building will be at the subnational, national, and global levels. So these are the onions of the problem, if you will. I want to break down some of this a little bit. One of the questions that we started with was, how do you identify the risks, the current and future risks? Because whether India at 2047 or net zero at 2070 or any metric that you take, you have to have an element of forecasting or foresightedness, I would say, even more than forecasting at this point. One point that Mahesh sir said was that we are reactive so far. We do not have enough data points to even kind of forecast very efficiently at this point, though to my mind the digital and the infrastructure, I would say the digital tools that are available in addition to satellite data that's becoming available, and I will go a little bit later into the global governance of these systems, because individual countries may not have the capacity to by themselves bring everything together as far as forecasting and measuring risk goes. CW, for example, has come up with the Climate Risk Atlas over the last 3 years, which we're working with our government and CDRI and UNDP and all our colleagues, which measures risks at a 25-kilometer radius. And when we took the last 50 years data, and it came from the Met Department, came from ISRO, many sources, and you put it together, and that is when you see the trend evolving and the speed at which things are changing, and also certain drastic things like the swapping trends that come in, where places that had flooding now have droughts and so on and so forth. And this becomes critical to planning the resilience of current infra, but also planning where new infra should come up. And by this we mean, let's say, state energy parks or our core built infrastructure. We're talking about dams, ports, etc. But also if we're planning new cities, for example, or if we're planning our new agricultural systems, where should they come? And the other thing to keep in mind over here is that infrastructure is not just how we define dams and roads, and those are core infrastructure to us. But the water system, that including the underground water system, the food networks that we have, those are also infrastructure that we need to account for. And the other thing that I think even as researchers we look at is the terrestrial systems, and we do not look at the subsea systems, and there's a significant amount of infrastructure already that is under the oceans. And even more will come up as we go beyond the land systems into the economic zones that we have, as well as the high seas. So there is so much unmapped at this point of time about even core or intentional infrastructure. And that is where infrastructure then overlaps with your economic systems and the resilience of that, and then your GDP and your national security then gets dragged into this very narrow, what starts off as preventing floods or droughts goes into such a large viewpoint. The second thing that we spoke of is the kind of financing that we need, which is currently that we have and what we want. And here I have a question that I will pose. But first, what all are we financing? We're financing new infrastructure that is coming up. We're financing for loss and damage compensation, so that's lives and livelihoods. We have very little mapping of this beyond lives lost. I mean, livelihood mapping again is something that really hasn't been done at a scientific level or at scale so far. And that's when, when we go into something like insurance, and this is where that comes in, that what exactly are you insuring? The value of the property itself or the value of the resultant damage that yields when you lose that property? And that requires us to value the worth over the lifetime of the infrastructure or the system that we are trying to build resilience of. The third thing is that we have also started but not really gone into upgrading existing infrastructure. And that we discussed earlier in the morning for, I think, the energy systems, that building new infrastructure is actually cheaper than upgrading or repurposing existing infrastructure to, like increase their longevity or repurpose them for a new thing. So again, there is an area of financing that maybe you can tell us if we are sort of exploring these areas. Insurance and reinsurance, it's fairly straightforward. Very little of it is done so far. We also, if we have to bring in foreign investment into these sectors, then that regulations, codes and standards and harmonizing systems becomes very important. So the entire global community is speaking the same language. And that is when you have to show ROI beyond just a protective mechanism. What is in it for me to invest these trillions of dollars in these systems? That too at a risk level and not at an immediate output or productivity level. And then we also spoke of the social protection systems. I think that's very important. We have spoken at depth about it. And also another thing, that new skilling and capacity building. And this is a new jobs area. I think, Manish, you mentioned that. And tremendous amount of investment is required in this area also. And this is formal investment, not casually that somebody does a course somewhere, but an organized way of building not just people who are planning, but let's say the electricians we need or the plumbing experts we need to then build the infrastructure that we're envisioning at that level. And that is also the vocational systems that need to come into play. The ITIs need to come into play in addition to IITs, and this is globally as well. The third thing that we spoke of was the intersections and the co-working, that it's not any one entities thing. The city thing that you spoke of, in fact, when you speak to any city commissioner, they have a very limited budget and a number of priorities vying for their attention. So how do they really select that? Less than 10 cities in India have city-level action plans for disaster management or even climate change for that matter. States are now getting into making the state action plans for climate change, which is a good thing. One of the examples that we have worked on that I know is the Rajasthan government, which is now coming out with a policy that intersects the energy, agriculture, and the water systems. And that's like a composite policy that looks at it. But again, it's something when you look at not just a national level, but at the district level, then district magistrates have to be informed, the local communities have to be empowered, then the cities come in, and then your state comes in, and then the national level. So and each of these cannot be in silos. So how do we make, which is the entity that becomes a nodal agency to hold this work together? And that is something we need to look at. The third thing is that what we have also been working with the government a lot on is planning where our infrastructure should be by triangulating multiple levels of this information. So if you're, let's say, building a solar park or a CES or a hydrogen hub or any such infrastructure, then you need to have not just the land availability, and right now the main way we allocate such thing is on the land availability, where the government has the land. But we also need to know where the water table is it coming on agricultural land, where is the dedicated freight corridor, can we build townships near it, or does it already have a township near that where the skilled labor can stay? So time has come for us to intelligently build, and I think that's what Uma sir was saying, that that 1% growth over decades versus 1% a year, and the speed of master planning that we need has to completely be revamped at this point. I want to add one angle from my side, which is the global governance angle. So G20 has, of course, come up with the disaster resilience working group. We're the first to do that. CDRI, of course, was again a vanguard venture that really the time has come for. Now we're going to go to COP, which has been discussing loss and damage for many years right now, and they cannot come to any decision on that. And I have the numbers, but I don't want to get into the number because some concepts require a bit more discussion. One conversation that I've been a part of is defining climate security, and which is the global authority that looks at that. And climate security is, of course, an extension of climate resilience. And the thought is that because the word climate exists in it, it should be an UNFCCC conversation. However, climate security is something that is, that is transboundary, and it is not contained within a country's immediate borders. So the question also arises that why cannot it be an UN Security Council issue, because migration related to weather events or disasters, or if you have core infrastructure, like let's say the Sikkim dam that went down, it was inside India, but if it had happened, let's say in Nepal or China, and then we are at the downstream level of that, then it involves multiple countries are impacted by such infrastructure damage. So where does the global governance of these systems come in? So I'm going to ask a question now, and then I'm going to close. One of the arguments that comes in when we go into these areas is adaptation versus development finance, both in terms of definitions and financing. Is that, are we building something as a developmental project, so is your dam a development issue, or is it something we're doing to increase the adaptation of it? And is there a way that we are looking at some sort of metric or quotient or definition or standards that allow us to bring finance from an allocation of, let's say, climate finance or adaptation finance into a project that really requires resilience building at that point? And what can be done to certify such projects, so from the beginning itself, or certify existing projects that meet certain criteria, or even for that matter, make it a part of national budgets, that this, and not just India, I'm talking of at a global level, that how do you allocate certain funds to increase the resilience with the aim of kind of meeting certain SDGs or meeting certain adaptation goals, and you give a grading to that. So you have like the green building gradings, but resilience gradings or some such thing. So I'm going to close that. Please feel free to take the questions.
Okay. Okay. How do we actually create ratings in order to fund for adaptation or resilience? So a first step is the taxonomy, right? And that is going to drive global finance flows for the next decade or more. And this is our work for taxonomy is still a work in progress. So for some reason, it has still not come out. The European Union taxonomy is what is the standardized one globally. Ours might not be very different from it, and but still we need to be clear on the taxonomy. So why is the taxonomy important? Because global finance flows will be dictated by it. If let's say European Investment Bank or a US investment bank wants to invest in India, they want to sell the project as a green project, it should agree with the taxonomy which they are following. It need not be the specific Indian taxonomy, but I'm sure our taxonomy will be almost similar to what others have proposed. So taxonomy is important. Beyond that, we can come up with any metric. It doesn't matter. So we can follow some global guidelines, for example, the Sendai framework and so on. We can follow that, and India can come up with its own metrics. And it's good that if we come up, because it will help us identify projects and prioritize them, right? So whether to enhance existing projects or to going forward in future to fund the projects, right? And certain criteria around some concessional loans for the for the resilience element that can also be explored, right? So we can come up with a framework, but ultimately finance flows are going to be dictated by taxonomy. And it is good if we come up with a taxonomy as soon as possible. So that's my response.
Any other reflections from you?
I have some questions and observations because I've actually worked on ground a lot on disaster relief. A couple of things. I'll just share a small experience. And in my last posting in waterways, now there is a code for constructing bridges across national waterways. So anybody constructing a bridge across the river, which is classified as national waterway, has to have take permission. And then depending on the category of that waterway, the height of the thing has to be raised. So the category 7, the highest category thing on Ganga, National Waterway 1 of Brahmaputra, NW2. And the Bhagirathi Hooghly system, that again is part of National Waterway 1, you have to have a certain height. Now the problem is that whenever NHAI or the state governments, whenever they came up with this proposal, they had a historical data with them. And here also there was an anomaly. The anomaly was that in areas which were directly ruled by the British, so you had a system of record keeping and everything, one could gather data over the last, say, about a century at least. One would get what was the maximum river flow, and there's a building code which says, okay, so many meters over and above that. But the problem is that the kind of extreme events that one is witnessing, I mean, going in by the historical data, historical data is not available, and then going by historical data is meaningless. I mean, what we've seen, in fact, Piyush Dogra, yeah. So in fact, I wanted you have worked in the field in Himachal, probably you'll be able to throw light on this better as to what happened with Beas. So planning is very difficult. Now from the point of view of a person who's executing a project on the ground, be it the state government when it is doing things at a very macro level, allocating funds and all that, it is very difficult for them to justify on the basis of something for which data does not exist. That's the biggest challenge on the ground, number one. Number two then, resilience, I mean, okay, this is a more theoretical or a philosophical observation. Adaptation finance, resilient is people-centric. It cannot be spatial. It's more people-centric. So if we do that thing, factor in the cost of livelihood and lives, I think it's a whole lot better because nature in any case would regenerate itself. But even then, what is the cost, the CBA, the cost-benefit analysis? And now all of us have worked in the government or with the government at some point in time. It's so damn difficult to do a CBA. Forget about a social cost-benefit analysis as opposed to a pure financial analysis. And now in UK, I mean, they were talking about multi-criteria decision analysis. Where will you get in the numbers? So, I mean, what we are talking here absolutely is just not implementable here. I mean, you're talking about this framework, that framework. Talk to a district magistrate, wo kya leke aayega? Kaise karega? And that is why, in fact, Mr. Kishore, the reason I chose, why I put my foot, I said I want somebody from NDMA because you have that footprint in the districts. What is the way to go about it? That was one, estimation, because based on estimation, then you make the plan. Based on your plan, how robust your plan is, what all you factor in, then you're going to come up with some figure for finance. Financing कैसे कराना है comes much later. पहले पता तो हो आपको करना. I was just googling the UNEP report on adaptation finance. There is a gap of and vague figures. I mean billions. We're talking about between 189 and 364 billion. यार 189 or 364 billion में there's a difference of 175 goddamn 175 billion is 175,000 million. यानी 1,750 crore dollars. I mean, how can you come up with the astronomical figure? What kind of extrapolation is happening here? And who will take this seriously? I mean, just tell me, I'm trying to, do that bridging between a policy maker and an advisory group, but let's have some, detailing here to begin with. So, adaptation finance, हम कैसे पता कर रहे हैं? Estimation पता कैसे कर रहे हैं? I don't know, we are somewhere lost here. Now, I think the suggestion or whatever is that, the risk mapping which NDMA or, MHA is doing in disaster management, whereby you are able to capture and not predict, but at least capture the vulnerability. You are able to map the risk better. And wherever you are able to decentralize planning and execution through the districts, or even maybe, a couple of districts can make up a division or a cluster of districts. Perhaps let's do a more bottoms-up kind of an approach here. Rather than saying कि हमको adaptation finance, first time I'm new in this, circuit. I really haven't seen climate change and everything from top down, more from bottoms-up perspective. I'm saying it's a lot easier when we are able to map it better. For example, when we talk about what happened in Himachal, is those 3 or 4 districts that got affected, it's not that the entire districts were washed away. No, these are those specific locations. So let's have this, maybe leverage technology. The second, I think, what Arun, you talked about some kind of a metric. So let's come up with a metric as a case study. Let's do a pilot. Pick up a state where some work has been done in disaster management. Pick up Odisha, pick up Tamil Nadu. I mean, pick up Gujarat. Gujarat, of course, is more of disaster than climate-induced. But pick up these, say, let's do a pilot and then come up with a more, inductive method. data driven, then fund flow will also ease. I mean, suppose I were to finance a climate adaptation project, अगर मुझे अपनी जेब से कोई बॉन्ड खरीदने होते, मैं तो नहीं खरीदूंगा जब तक मेरे पास कोई robust data driven analysis नहीं आएगा ना. It's like that. So the couple of points I had to make here, and if we have some response to that, I'll be very happy to listen and incorporate.
Sure. One quick response to your concern that how do we plan for something which we don't know. CDRI in that respect is developing a tool along with the Department of Economic Affairs. And this tool is going to help us. This is being developed for the National Infrastructure Investment Pipeline, but it can be used for any infrastructure investment. It'll help one to quantify what is the ROI, return on investment, for various resilient measures across various sectors. So we have picked transportation and mobility as one of the key sectors to develop a tool, and this is going to be piloted across 10 key projects. But the idea is to use it, once it is successful, once we are able to prove that it is effective for decision makers to get that number, what is that additionality which will be required to it, then probably we can scale it up to other sectors also. The second aspect, which was also pointed out, is the water. Water is going to be a key factor. Challenges, we need to change our water management policy at the national scale. Most of our cities consume around 3 to 4% of the water which we conserve or reserve in our reservoirs and dams and so on and so forth. 80% of the water goes for agricultural purposes, and of course 10 to 12% goes for industrial purposes. So, but with our increasing urban population, most of our cities have to move up to 200 plus kilometer to cater to their daily needs. If you go across the country, many of the cities don't even provide water supply. Either they are privatized, or either it's a separate department, or people use the groundwater for catering to their individual needs, so on and so forth. So the 120 LPCD is still a bigger challenge, and with climate extremes and climate variability, what I did talk about the heat wave, but we also face floods across the country. In Delhi, the June and July was hot, and August and September was wet. It was, and this is what we are going to face. How do we conserve so that we can use it during summer? How do we conserve the water resources is something which is very key. And I think there was also a concern about how can decision makers, or policy makers play a key role. I think one of the key thing is that creating platforms for engagement and discussions. Right now, majority of our decisions are being done in silos, right? And just to get water in the tap, you need 16 different departments to coordinate and work together to ensure that when we open the tap, we get water. So with more and more, climate change, what I see, while it's a threat, it is also an opportunity for multiple agencies to come together, because it is not going to affect one single department or one single ministry. It is going to have an impact on all of us, and therefore there is a value in all different agencies coming together and working together in that space. So while it is a threat, that is also an opportunity for us to rethink, reevaluate, and replan what we do. Manish, over to you.
Thanks, Mahesh. And Jainji, just responding to a question. it's a complex, there are no easy solutions to this, but after every disaster, states do a kind of damage and loss assessment, right, in terms of how many houses, how many people were affected, how many livestock. They do this granular details and send it as a memorandum to the central government. Now, under the new financing mechanism, there is also a mandatory need to conduct this post-disaster needs assessment. NIDM has a national methodology. So I think in our engagement with the NDMA, one discussion that we are also checking with them is that when India is talking about loss and damage, accessing loss and damage financing, what is important is to see what has been your disaster loss and damage trends over the last few years, or let's say over the last 10 years. Now you have this data in scattered documents from different states, from different scales of disasters. The question is, how do you kind of tabulate it and make a case for the country and say that your damage and loss has been going up? The more challenging part is to kind of define the additionality. Like climate change is all about additionality. What is your domestic financing available? And unpredictability. For there, I don't think there are any easy answers. It's a question of collectively coming up with a methodology which is robust enough, which is, I can't say foolproof, but at least presentable, and then taking steps forward. But what we also understood is that there are very few examples globally too. We did a recent consultation with the NDMA and a few partner institutions earlier this year on loss and damage. There are no foolproof case studies that are available for India to also adopt and look into. So in a way, we are charting our own course as we go forward. And finally, the other question is also, when you look at existing climate financing available, whether it's, let's look at GCF. There is this huge acknowledgement by many stakeholders that the way GCF money has been, the whole system, the architecture of that system is extremely complicated for stakeholders to access. So now any new financing mechanism that you're thinking about under the loss and damage fund, should one key step that everyone keeps cautioning us is that don't go the GCF way. Make it more accessible, more nimble, so that you don't need a huge galaxy of experts to come and access funding for you. So just that.
If I may, sir. So I think, yeah, just to your last point about the architecture, one of the asks of MDB reform has been the funding becomes more decentralized and so on. But sir, to your point, Jayanji, to your point about the data, I think the actuarial data has an important role to play. Perhaps NDMA can, help influence IRDAI that they have to improve their actuarial data. IRDAI should be more involved in climate-related insurance. There are, quite a few innovations happening in insurance with respect to climate. You have private players like, for example, AXA Climate. It's not, I mean, there is one or two officers in India, but it's mostly in Europe. So AXA Climate, and I'm sure there are a whole host of other private players who come into the climate-related parametric insurance business. So IRDAI should be influenced to encourage this to happen in India. And actuarial data includes data from multiple sources. They will be actually financially incentivized if they actually bring together all the data which you mentioned. And also, satellite data, I will explain in a bit, for climate action, for resilience and so on, right? So there you have a self-sustaining business case for actually creating this data bank and improving upon it. Now, just a small aside on satellite data, although we do not have historical data in many cases, satellite data is becoming more and more powerful and more useful for a wider variety of tasks. Two use cases I just wanted to mention. You can read up more about it in the net. One is Google is using its Google Maps and the satellite images to actually reduce contrails by aircrafts. What is contrails? If you look at the sky, there will be the white line behind an aircraft, right? So that happens under a certain atmospheric conditions, and apparently if that happens, the emissions from the aircraft is more, or maybe it is trapped more, and therefore the greenhouse effect is more. So based on climate data, you can predict which are the areas where contrails can happen, and based on that, you can reroute the aircrafts, therefore reducing the effect on climate. So this is a project with which Google Maps team is working on. And perhaps the Federal Aviation Authority in the US will approve it, and you can see that in action. The other example for satellite imagery is about mapping methane plumes, right? So methane plumes you can easily see from the satellite imagery and it's a sure shot sign of, you know, whether there's organic waste, there is methane plumes from petrochemical complexes, etc., etc. So perhaps that can be used for, you know, better planning our cities and so on, right? So two examples, but there are more examples of which how satellite imagery can be used better, and we do have some historical data for satellite imagery for the last 20 years or something. Even the Sikkim disaster, I saw on social media, someone had actually mapped out how the glacial lake in the northwest of Sikkim, it has slowly expanded. So from glacier it became water, okay, due to climate change, and eventually it burst, and therefore downstream the effects got worse. So even this could have been actually predicted using satellite imagery. It's not something which happened overnight. So I think this has to be leveraged more by India. We have satellites which can take images, and we have the engineers who can actually interpret that, and we can use it more.
It can even be long.
No, I just want to bring in the people part of this thing, the behavioral part of this, because unlike, let's say, energy systems where people are just the recipients, here people are party to the activities. They are both impacted, but they're also part of the prevention mechanisms. And when we are allocating funds or making plans or sort of charting our way through this, we cannot leave out the people, and we are talking billions of people who are going to participate in this process, if I may say so. So if we have something like the early warning system that is being rolled out right now, and we have the UN target of getting it to everybody, but India, we have started getting the SMSs, for example. But our training and sensitization process has to be done for the public at large, so they know what to do in such a circumstance. And then facilities have to be also created where they go to either get trained or go to in case a disaster strikes, etc. And doing that at a nationwide level is again an exercise that needs to be taken on a turnkey and a war footing basis. So around 75% of India's districts are at extreme risk, and that's what 80% of our population is residing there. So that's what 1 billion people so if I get an SMS, what should I be doing about that? Where do I go? This is also to be organized at both from the district level upwards, because the district magistrates and also the grassroots organizations that work at districts who have the trust factor with local populations that we are not very sensitive to at the city level, those of us who live in metros, but the moment you exit metros, the influencers at your grassroots become very, very important to influence the people out there. And then how do you train and equip them? That has to be a part of the planning process. And the outcome of this would be, one, the education will go over generations to become a more streamlined and sharpened behavior that we have, because the climate risks are increasing. So our adaptiveness, not just of our infrastructure, but people as a system will also increase. And this will also help sowing which crops you should sow, which industries you should have. Some of the energy transition that we're talking of will then become automatic. It will not be a forced transition, but a natural, more organic transition to newer systems. So when you're talking of transformative change, we cannot leave out the people part of this thing in making our charts and plans and graphs and satellite data and all of those things. Because I mean, one of the cases that India cites a lot is that when we had the 9/9 Gujarat cyclone, or even the Odisha cyclones, where earlier thousands used to die, and now we don't even have 1 or 2 deaths. How have those communities adapted? What was done at the grassroots? And those should be made case studies at a scientific level, not at an anecdotal level. And then that should be shared with all district magistrates and all state commissions, so they can be then made into manuals and documents. And that's how this other half of the process needs to move.
We have another 15 seconds.
I'm Piyush Dogra. I'm a senior environment specialist in New Delhi office of the World Bank. Just small introduction. I think a lot of things have been discussed, and even in the concluding stage. I just wanted, few points which are very important from practical perspective, which Mr. Singh was mentioning, and that is what we have done in Himachal and what in Kerala Resilient project in World Bank has done. There are three aspects to it and three pillars which I say. One is on the, so when we talk about resilience, so resilience also should go from fiscal resilience, systematic resilience, and then go for the sectoral resilience. Now come to the sectoral resilience, we are discussing about the urban infrastructure. I think urban and peri-urban are going very close to each other now. So it's important to look at states from district disaster management plans, so which I think a lot of effort has been done by NDMA, and a lot of data is also available. What is there in Himachal, for example, even at the tehsil level now they have vulnerability plans. And all those vulnerability plans are uploaded on the system, which has a very clear data and understanding that where the infrastructure or other activities should go. But actual problem in all these is multi-sectoral approach, which is missing. I mean, we can say number of data is available. NDMA don't have to do much things. There are many things which every state has. State has good GIS infrastructures wherever you go. Even in Nagaland, we had an experience, such a good GIS system that we can foresee these satellite images as Arunji was talking about. So issue in this case is multi-sectoral approach, institutional change, and policy change, which is very, very important in this whole context, whether it's at the level of district magistrate, or whether it's a level of secretary at the level of government. So that's one suggestion. And I think one point which was missing in this discussion was nature-based solutions. When we talk about, and that is also different in case of mountain ecosystems and also between the plains. What we can suggest for Northeast and Himachal may not be the same for Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra. So there also, it's important to see the disasters from forest fire perspective. That also is adding to climate change now. So it's not those systems alone. We have to see integratedly, and that is what is missing in this case. Data availability, yes, sharing of platforms are important, and it's good platform, robust platform at state level are there. We need to integrate it with the central system. That's two. And third is, I think, the vulnerability bias. I think we should go up to village level. It's very, very important to look at the village disaster management plans from that perspective. Since time is not there, so we will discuss, and I will definitely come and meet you separately, but thank you so much for this.
So thank you very much. We've run out of time, so I will not make my comments. So I have three comments. My first comment is that I will just pick up from where Piyush left. I think there is the issue of multi-sectorality, but also multidisciplinarity. You gave the example of GLOF, that if we had followed satellite data, we would have predicted. That's not true, simply not true. If you want to understand glacial lake outburst floods, the space-based data is one very small input. There are more than 1,000 lakes. How many lakes are you going to observe to sort of see what is happening in real time on the basis of space data? For each this thing, you need to do interferometry analysis, which requires supercomputing capacity. It's not possible. We had a mission to that place, NDMA expedition to that lake just 2 weeks before it happened, and the plan was to install a early warning system. Unfortunately, we were not lucky. The GLOF didn't wait for the winters. It would have. So you need somebody from Geological Survey of India, you need National Geophysical Research Institute, you need a seismologist, you need a landslide expert, and on top of that, you need this thing. So I think this simplistic solution that, we have so many satellites, we can figure it all out, it doesn't work like that. I think interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity is very important, particularly in mountains, everywhere, but particularly in mountains, because the nature of risk is very complex. One thing leads to another hazard leads to another. It's like all cascading hazards. It is possible to model each individual hazards, but how the concoction will happen, it's very difficult to do. So that's one point. The second point is that Mahesh mentioned that there is just only one master's degree program. That's not true. There are 22 master's degree programs on disasters. The challenge is that there is a supply of people who have studied disaster management at the master's level, and there is the demand. And the demand and supply is not matching. So you have people who have the degree, but they're not getting jobs. And you have government departments, there are more than 700 districts, how many district disaster management authorities have a qualified person who can actually do the job? So that is really not matching. So somehow I think we have to make our education in disaster risk management more fit for purpose. We are trying to do at NDMA, doing some internships, but that's really a handful to give them some exposure between their first and second year as to how things happen in NDMA. Some of these state disaster management authorities are doing. I think that's really the next challenge, I mean, how do we, so we have capacity, we have supply and we have demand, and it's not matching. So it's very ironical, so that's the second thing. The third point I want to make is that there's a lot of discussion here on uncertainty and what the climate will do. We are not even doing a good job of managing disasters, even if there was no climate change. So we know how to deal with floods. We have reasonably good flood hazard maps. We have reasonably good wind hazard maps. Why, the buildings that have lost their, roofs, public buildings, airports, in none of those cases, the wind speed has exceeded the design speed. You're talking about upgrading the standards, implement the standards that are there. So on that, I mean, let's get out of weather and climate to seismic. We have upgraded our earthquake codes. It's not even been 5 years. They implement. So what I'm trying to say is that of course, climate is a problem. But if you're not being able to manage the flood in the next season, the drought in the next season, forget about increased floods and drought 10 years down the line. So I think it's really important that we manage the natural variability that is there in the system. We live in a country which is exposed to many of these variations. I'll just give you one example. Just indulge me for 1 minute. If you compare Singapore and Bombay, the annual rainfall is almost the same. But you see the monthly distribution, Singapore is nice, uniform, 180 millimeters, total stacks up to 2,100. And Bombay has 800 millimeter in July, that's average. So when it varies, it could be 1,200 millimeters and nothing in January. So we live in a country where the variability in the climate system without climate change is very high. And our systems are not being able to deal with that. Some of the traditional sectors have this kind of risk management hardwired, but we've fallen into bad practice. We're not really implementing it well. So what I'm trying to say is that, so it's a little bit like, when the mainstream discourse on disaster risk management over the last 20 years has just one key evolution, which is that in the decade of 90s, there was an international decade for natural disaster reduction, IDNDR. After that, we dropped the natural from that natural disaster. So by always blaming things on climate change, we are sort of getting scot-free. If you're not cleaning your drains, if you don't have an institutional framework where the contractor who desilts and the contractor who removes the silt are the same, or they are integrated, or they're aligned, then you can't say that it's because of climate change that Delhi got flooded. So I think it's like, I mean, sometimes I feel that, if we have to negotiate in the global arena and there is the loss and damage discussion, of course we should talk about it. It is important. There is no denying that climate is changing our risk. But the underlying vulnerabilities, underlying bad habits, let's not blame it on climate only. So that's all. Thank you very much.
As much as governance issue and more perhaps than climate change. The next workshop on governance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Yes.
Just said, sorry, I came in midway when I was finishing the other session on that Niti Aayog was hosting on finance. But just on Kamal's last point, in a completely different context, India has maintained a very strong position on the liability issue with regards to the nuclear power plants, right? And what is the position? Let's not get into where the negotiations are. The position is, if you are supplying me a power plant, you are responsible for any liability that emerges from it during the operation of it as well. If we can negotiate that with, in the case of nuclear power plants, why can't we do that in the case of, drain building for cities? If you are the builder, you're also liable for, whether the sewer actually works or does not work.
Just a tweak in procurement. Honestly, a lot of quick fixes in governance are about a tweak here, a tweak there. Thank you.
So we move to the next session, which is the concluding plenary. Mr. Kishore will be there, but I think Mr. Rajnath will be joining this session to give the remarks from the earlier sessions.
Thank you, Riti. The first session was chaired by Professor Ramesh Chand, and second, and this was on the energy security and the affordability aspect. And the session 2 related with the emphasis on the integrating environment and the sustainable issues. So the key points discussed there were included the just transition part, and the various pillars were discussed about the restructuring the economy, repurposing infrastructure, how to reskilling the workforce for the future, revenue substitution from the fossil to non-fossil based energy sources, and the another two pillars included the responsibility and the reliability aspect. With regard to the policy, the transition, it was focused that the state must lead the transition, and there also should be a state to state collaboration, and we must look at the opportunity and the co-benefit aspect of the clean energy transition, and move beyond just looking at the cost of the transition and find opportunities there. So therefore, the holistic solution only emerges when we focus on the importance of technology, importance of finance, the policy aspect, and the importance of the behavioral nudge. Nuclear was also discussed as one of the important part for the energy transition, and but we have to find the ways to enhance it in a much faster way. The transport sector and the other sectors were also given due focus. The electrification aspect find a very big opportunities for the transport, particularly in the freight, and also the urban planning, especially the investment, decarbonization aspect, and also the aspect related to the accessible and affordable energy. How do we leverage the investment in the metros to create more compact, equitable cities, and how to create a transit-oriented development to drive job opportunity as well. So these were some critical points discussed during the session 1, and the issues related to the infrastructure and the technology were also given due focus. Many technologies will have to innovate for the energy security aspect, and many needs to go for the R&D stage. On the renewable energy side, the target to get at least 50 percent of all the clean energy technologies, and enhancement of the bidding of the renewable projects, at least 50 gigawatt a year. That was a kind of discussion there. And also the aspect like components manufacturing domestically, and also partnering with the like-minded countries till 2030, and this was the aspect highlighted there. The aspect related to the critical minerals and uh, the target for minimum share of domestic produce and minimum share of the diversification of the imports. Those were some of the issues also discussed during the session one. The aspect of green hydrogen, the rule-based architecture, the market challenges, they were also discussed. And what we need to think about the supply chain, the critical mineral aspect, nudging the industries towards the decarbonization, finance, innovation, funding, research and long-term research from the long-term basis, and sub-national engagement, particularly the state. So those were some of the aspects discussed during the discussion. The session 2 were focused towards the integration between the environmental and the sustainable issues, and that were considered to be the driving force in any environmental mitigation approaches. For the last 30 years, these aspects, biodiversity, pollution, land degradation, etc., have been focused on, but in silos. India has the capability to integrate all these aspects and operationalize them. Biodiversity conservation is considered to be an essential for the climate change mitigation. So we cannot let our ecosystem be fragmented. So we should democratize the wildlife corridors and include them as a distinct development plans. On the biocircularity aspect, the aspect like circular economy and how to eliminate waste and pollution, and to circulate products and the materials at their highest value and regenerate in the natural form. That was the aspect discussed. The focus was also given on the developing the robust recycling standards for several waste types like green chemistry and end of life aspect for the renewables are some of the other aspects that needs to be paid more attention, and the biocircularity labs can be taken as a reference model. There was also some discussion on the ending the plastic waste. The aspect like responsible sourcing, particularly with respect to the critical minerals, focus on how to create a traceable ecosystem framework that help us to account for the critical materials. And individual and the voluntary initiatives such like sustainable consumption and production are considered to be essential aspect of environmental mitigation. Sustainable consumption at an individual level, given a great thrust for sustainable production, and the focus on how voluntary action can be recognized and how can we scale it up to the level that it can have a revolutionary impact to the system. So these were some of the critical aspects that were discussed during the session 1 and session 2. I think for the session 3, Kamal Kishore had already summarized the discussion points. So now it's time to come to the conclude the session. So let me put a vote of thanks. So esteemed chairs for the 3 sessions, distinguished panelists, and all the participants who joined us virtually for this an important topic, the Green Development Pact for a Sustainable Future. we have roughly around 4,000 people who joined virtually today. Uh, and this is a very remarkable, and this shows that how important is this topic. And the session were divided into three, which discussed the range of issues, that is the access, the whole value chain, which included very insightful discussions on energy security, access, affordability, inclusive energy transition, technology, climate finance, uh, restoring, conserving sustainability of the ecosystem, and the adaptation and the disaster resilient infrastructure. As the workshop was largely focused to get the insights from all the actors in the energy transition and the climate change in all relevant areas, including emphasis on integrating environmental agenda with the lifestyle, circularity, restructuring the economy, repurposing infrastructure, green development through afforestation, sustainable agriculture, conserving biodiversity and technology, critical minerals, sustainable mines, and finally, how to build a disaster-resilient infrastructure in lieu of the climate risk. Niti Aayog will come out with the outcome documents based on the whatever inputs that we have received today during the different sessions. And let me put a vote of thanks on behalf of the Niti Aayog and CEW, particularly the Honorable Member Professor Ramesh Chand, who chaired the first two sessions, and the participation by the Secretary Power and G20 Sherpa Sri Amitabh Khan in the plenary session, who were really instrumental to set up the agenda for the sessions. I would also like to thank Mr. Kamal Kasorji for chairing the session on disaster resilient infrastructure. I would also like to thank all the distinguished speakers and the participants for their participation and providing valuable inputs. We also thank to the state officials who have been participating, and we have received almost 4,000 online participation across the country. And at last, let me thank my Niti Aayog team and the CEW team. Ultimately, they were responsible for designing the base document for this session and working out very hard to make this workshop very successful. So thank you all very much.
Be breaking for tea, which is again served in Hall 2000. Do join us there and we can chat over tea.